Talk shoes.
Recorded live.
Hello? Oh, all right. This is kind of weird talking to myself. I think Brian, I've seen you. I don't have a computer in front of me. It's in the other room, so I gotta walk back and forth to see who's on and who's not. Yeah. I'm not too good talking to myself. It's kind of weird. At least I'm not too good talking to myself on being recorded talking to myself. All right. Hello. Oh. Hello. I don't know. I just saw it. Brian and some guy named For His Glory. I think that's Adam. I'm not sure. Came and left. If you come on and you see like I'm not saying anything, it's because I'm in the other room for a minute. So I don't know. Just kind of like wait like a minute or two back because I'm just checking who's on laptop. Hello, Brian? Anybody? Hello? Yo, hello.
Hello. Hey, Jared.
Hello.
Hey.
Who's this?
Jared.
Who's this?
Don.
Don? Oh, what's up, Don?
What's good? What's good?
Yeah. Yeah, this is
chilling, man. I'm chilling. I'm just sitting here trying to take somebody's challenge up because they believe that Facebook and social networking is rewiring people's brains. So I've been taking up their challenge or whatever. Of
rewiring in what way?
Such that it's making it very hard for people to like maintain one stream of attention on something.
Oh, so it's like
it's making like people's minds are accustomed to distraction.
Yeah. Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, who's this?
It's Brian.
Oh, what's up, Brian?
How you doing? Who else is on here?
What happened?
I'm Don. I'm from Brooklyn.
Okay. Do I know you from anywhere? On the net?
Probably not. You might know Jared. I don't know.
Yeah,
I know
he's
Jared
on my
from,
Facebook. He's on.
Okay.
Yeah, he's on the Don P.
Don Patterson.
Yeah, I know.
I'm Ed McMahon tonight.
Yeah. Well, nice meeting you. What's going on? What's the deal? With the conference call?
Yeah, Brian, that movie you sent me, that link, what's it called? Silent something?
I got it downloading here.
Yeah, me too. It's like a 15.
It was the same guy who did Possession, that
really?
Polish director. Yeah, on the Silver Globe.
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting because he started the project, and then the Polish Ministry of Culture demanded that it be canceled, that he stopped work on it, because he filmed it. It's supposed to be set on the moon, but he filmed it in in one Polish region, and he also filmed in like the Caucasus Mountains and stuff.
Oh.
And then after he left Poland again to go to France, and I guess he redid it with the footage and everything that was left. He finished the movie like 7 or 8 years later. Thought it looked pretty interesting.
Yeah, I see you, man. You're out there looking and stuff, man. Like you're kind of like looking on the net. I see you. That was an interesting picture you sent me from that Polish Zidzinski. I can't say his name.
Yeah, the skis.
Yeah, the skis.
Yeah, my buddy was telling me the other day, when you put that Polish guy's artwork up, I know an old guy here from Miami, but he's actually Polish.
Mm-hmm. And
he said, if an A ends in an I, it's Polish. If it's a Y, it's Russian. It always works out. Like the Chilean director, he was a Russian Jewish immigrant, but he was a Y.
Yeah.
Because I asked him, I'm like, this director? He's like, ski. Does that end in an I or a Y? So.
Yeah, man. I watch more of that guy's Alejandro's videos, and I watched one more. It's called The Rainbow Thief, and that one was good.
Yeah.
It wasn't as he kind of veiled all the allegories in there, and he put a twist at the end, but he did it in the formatting, I guess, was more like something. It wasn't as the word surreal.
Yeah. They didn't go into the really. I watched that too. It was good.
Yeah, you see the flooding. But at the end, I think at the end he was giving a hint when he found the dog Kronos. I think he was saying that that priesthood, because that guy, that beggar, or the homeless guy, I think he represented like the Cain, the thieves, because that's why he went on the ground, and he's associated with dogs, and he got the fisher in the beginning, and he's associated with the rat, but he's like priest. But the other guy, I thought the other guy was like a Neanderthaler, but then I started thinking about it. I think that guy was like the able side of things, because he seemed to think ahead. I don't know.
He was the planner, and the thief was the one who did all the legwork.
Yeah, and then the
who left to the surface, right?
Yeah, And the guy that Neanderthaler was the guy that died who gave his will. His will is that I've looked up that word will. And it's interesting because it's linked to death. It's linked to like somebody's something that somebody wants when they die.
What, the word will?
Yeah, will. It's a really interesting word when you look at the definition of it. There's a lot of links in there. I have it right here somewhere. It's linked to Wiley. Wiley is like, somebody who schemed. See, it's Willa, Willie. It's linked to, it's power of choosing, choice which is made, a volition, a decree, a command, a strong wish, that which strongly wished or desired, legal declaration of a person as to how he would have his property disposed of after his death, a testament, and it has a verb, and it's a verb that has an irregular and regular form. The irregular is almost like it's linked to the word would, 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 will, to wish, to desire, as a willing, used to denote futurity, dependent on the subject of the verb. Willed, willing, to ordain, decree, to give by testament, to bequeath, to exercise, to act of volition, to be dispensed, to determine. And that word would is interesting because it's phonetically the same as wood, and that's linked to that word Woden, and Wodan, Wodan, is another name in Norse mythology for Odin.
Yeah. It's also the mountain range in China, Wudan Mountains.
Yeah, oh really?
Yeah, that's where they did the... I was there in 2004. That's where they did the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon film.
Oh really?
Yeah, Wudan. It's like the source of... the story is it's the birthplace of Kung Fu and all this martial arts that were integrated with Taoism and other things like that in Shaolin.
Yeah.
Kung Fu.
It's interesting. Yesterday I was talking to a Buddhist, and
I'll look for pictures because there was a temple on top of Mount Wudan.
Oh, you have pictures?
Very. I'd have to ask somebody, but you could probably find it on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I found a fight class where a lot of militaristic cops go to. But
where? In the Wudan Mountains?
Nah, it's not in the Wudan Mountains. It's in Brook, Long Island.
Uh-huh.
It's called Kisi fighting method or some shit like that.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's very interesting. My bad, just to throw that out there. But yeah, I found where a lot of SWAT cops go to learn how to fight.
Yeah,
yeah. They use a lot of those the Chinese styles. They use Wing Chun, like the SWAT and the Navy SEALs and stuff.
Yeah, this Kisi fighting method is fairly new. It's very fluid, and it's more of a reality-based fighting method. It's it was in a couple movies or whatever now, but I think it's definitely. I'm probably gonna go to the class actually. The first class is free. I just want to see what the cops look like in the spot.
Yeah, basic it's military, I guess. That's what they.
Yeah, it's some militarized shit. The fighting method, you put your hands on your head, your fighting stance is your hands on your head.
Oh. But yeah,
like being executed type shit.
Mhm. That movie, the one, what was it? Santa Sangre. I thought the bird is interesting too, because they always.
What allegorical movie are you guys talking about? Because I haven't seen it.
It's a whole bunch of them. It's a director named Alejandro Jodorowsky.
Jodorowsky.
What happened? Jodorowsky. Who's this?
Yeah.
Jordan.
Oh, Jordan. What's up, Jordan?
Hey.
From Florida.
Right. Florida.
Florida.
You just stuck around for a bit last Saturday?
Yeah, I was. 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 I Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, that Santa Sangre, he used the Falcon in that movie, or Hawk, Falcon. And
At the start of a few movies he did, I noticed.
Yeah, because he's the Birdman, to the Birdman. But that Falcon is an interesting word. Fall is like linked to genetic engineering. What's another word? Just so many links us, the fall of the angels and all that stuff, and it's con. So and it's linked to changing something. You hear me turning my pages now. I'm looking for it. I wrote it down. So like all those things, man. I've been looking up and seeing he's very symbolical, man. He uses all as much symbols as he can, I guess.
Yeah, I think his first movie, El Topo, that's worth watching for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
I thought that was a lot. It was a
you
lot.
seen how when he got betrayed? I thought that was a really important part by the wee man. Or I guess they both were. One was literally a male on the inside.
Yeah.
He shows that in Santa Sangre, like that big ass, a big guy. He's like a
the world's strongest woman. The great scene in El Topo is when they're in the church and the priest is. They have the banner in the whole town is the all-seeing eye, just the black eye and the triangle. That's like the banner of the town. And in the church, the priest pulls out a revolver and they start playing Russian roulette.
Yeah.
They spin the revolver, and every time the gun doesn't go off, they shout like, "Oh, it's a miracle from God!" And
yeah. And then
it's just incredible.
Yeah, I thought it was so funny when he goes up to the priest, and then like the priest is actually drinking like liquor or something, and he spits it.
Yeah. That's the bottle in. But then El Topo's apprentice, he puts a real bullet in the gun.
Yeah. And then
the priest is like, "Don't worry, it's a blank." But then he puts a real one in, and then it's the child, like symbolic, the child dies. The child is the one who gets killed. And then after, the priest is like, "Oh, the circus is over," he says. It's funny.
Yeah, man, that was really, I thought the deformed the people who were having incest in the mountains and stuff, they were all like, I think they were symbolic of I'm not sure if it's like they're priests and stuff that live in the mountains, but I couldn't I know it was important. I'm not sure completely what it was. And then they showed how the women, they have the black guy basically serving them, and they're like, "Oh, he's touched me."
Yeah, they want it. They start throwing his hands on themselves and then saying he's attacking him.
Yeah. And they had him basically killed, and they got the homosexual cop. That represents every institution.
Yeah.
But it was really a good one. But I thought in Santa Sangre when they chopped off the arms, her saint, Pain, no arms, man. Venus de Milo, and then they show the symbols all over them, and like it's weird. Like I think that he was telling you a lot too when he, she owned his hands basically. She did. I think he was saying that he did all the work kind of like for her with his hands, like they were her hands. What she did, and they show a little like incest there, like how he makes out with his own mother, and I don't know. Did you see that one? Oh yeah, you saw it.
Yeah, I watched that.
With the arms, it's like he's
Noir's meaning like that's like the chromosomes and stuff. Like it's gonna be like the hermaphrodite's gonna be like.
Well, yeah, she's the woman inside the man. Technically.
Yeah.
And it was interesting how like the way he stood behind her and used his arms like they were hers. It kind of represents like a piggyback ride, you know.
Yeah. And the beginning was good too.
What movie is this that you guys are talking about? It sounds
this one is Santa Sangre. It means
Santa Sangre.
I think it means like holy blood.
Holy blood, yeah.
Yeah.
Sangre like blood.
Right.
Yeah, I guess so. That's
okay.
Yeah. The holy blood in it's Spanish.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you said he's a Jewish Chilean guy,
well,
right?
his father was a Jewish Russian merchant who went to Chile, and then he had him with a woman there, a Spanish woman probably, or Chilean Spanish. Usually it would be like the women would be mixed like with natives.
Yeah.
Natives and Spanish.
So yeah, because that main actor in that movie, Santa Sangre, that's his son. You can see like those.
Yeah, it is.
I
Same
think he has a daughter too. I think he has.
Big nose.
Yeah. Yeah. I heard in like the Holy Mountain he had more freedom. Because he invested everything he had in that one movie, so he got to have more freedom making that movie. So that's why it's like so. I guess he was really truthful. I thought, and
yeah, I watched an interview with him, and he said he was talking about how these film associations stuff you have to get approval from them.
Mm-hmm.
And they would always tell him, like, oh, you can't do this and you can't do that. But with his first 3 or 4 movies, he said he did it. He found a way to, invest money and not follow their regulations and stuff.
Okay.
But what he was going to put in it.
What happened? Hello?
Hey.
Hey. This is Andy.
Hey,
what's up,
man?
Hey.
Just
letting you know, I had to create an account on TalkShoe.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you have to create one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot my password.
Pretty good.
Oh.
Software.
Do you know that part in Holy Mountain? It's like I'll never forget. It's like the slave with no arms is like kicking the shit out of there's like a white dummy on the ground. He's like kicking.
Yeah.
You know, like that weird ponytail going on. He's like spits on the. It's like the WTF moment of that movie. Even though I know.
Yeah.
I know.
That's what was funny when he's like, I have 1,999 testicles among the young boys who worship me, and he's killing.
Yeah, you'll be the 1,000th.
That's the Greenland. That's Greenland right there, man.
Well, it was interesting though, because that was like the military side of it.
Yeah.
And it's like that was the initiation to chop off your balls and join.
Yeah, I think Egyptians and shit did that shit, man. They castrate themselves. And they say, like, once you chop off your balls, like, yeah. I remember reading that in Alan Watts' book. It said that, like, your mind focuses more, like, you become more, like, I guess, intelligent because you're not thinking about sex anymore. Yeah, and your voice becomes more high-pitched, I think.
Yeah, like the eunuch thing.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Well, that's like a church thing they used to castrate the boys so that they would keep the voices high for the choir.
Wow.
That's
crazy, man. Yeah, man. But yeah, man, I thought it's another part in that movie of the Sangre. That lady the girl that he fell in love with, or the girl he got at the end, how she was a mime, that was really interesting too. Like, she had no voice, and that's linked to that.
Deaf and mute.
What happened?
She was deaf and mute.
Was she deaf and mute? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause she had no voice, and that's in the Little Mermaid, like this woman who gives up her voice. Yeah, I think they're talking about it's linked to Clan Mother. Cause Clan Mother, when you look at, she has no voice in the world anymore. It's all like we men who are speaking, taking her place. She has like no voice anymore in the world. But, it's I kind of explained it in that one post I made about mermaids. I don't know if you've seen it or whatever, but like that voice, it's kind of linked like with sirens when they sing and sailors want to go to that voice to and they jump overboard and jump to their death because that voice is like it's that incoherent babble that you hear like when you're in the womb from the mother. So it's like a primal calling to the past, something that you want to get back to. And that other side is like it's almost like a kind of death because it's like when all the misery of being a human being hits you when you're born. But there's a whole bunch of shit to that. Anybody still there?
Yeah. Is Glenn on, by the way?
Man.
Is Glenn on? Yeah, I tried calling him, but he doesn't. He's not. I guess he's talking to his wife.
He's too busy checking the Christmas list for the girls and boys this year.
Checking out what?
He's too busy making the presents for the little girls and boys this year.
Oh, he's pissed. Santa or something?
Yeah. That's what I call him. He just reminds me so much of Santa.
He's starting to look like the shopping mall Santa. The big beard.
Yeah. He looks like some the way because of his hair is white. Like he could be like some druid or some shit. Like you see that that Celtic in him, the way his hair is on like that. Like you can see Maderick. Like I definitely see like Eric the Red or something.
Yeah, but it's rare too for an older man to have long hair. It's very rare.
Yeah, man.
You won't see it. I've seen some old people here.
Mm-hmm.
The odd old guy who's got long hair, but not all white like that.
Well, a lot of hippies in the West a lot of older hippies have I mean, it's rare for the fact that it's hard for people to grow long hair once they get old.
Yeah.
Unless you save it for a while, long before that, you already had it, But if
I don't see a lot of black people with long hair. Most of them.
Even if they had it,
Africa.
it's going to be in dreadlock. Even if they had it, they're all in dreadlock. So I don't know how useful that will be.
Yeah.
You know
why? It's just you get in Africa, it'll be people who are living more closer to the past, and yet they have all their heads shaved. It's crazy, man. That's something that's they all do. They all kind of shave their head. It's they made sure that's part of the culture. You still there, Don?
So who's up right now? Is there any new people that I haven't met last time? For instance, this time.
Jordan. You never talked to him.
Jordan?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to get to know everybody first. I mean, this is my second time talking to you guys on this conference. So we have
trying
Jordan.
to know everybody. He's an agent.
Huh? I'm sorry.
I said he's trying to get to know everybody. He's an agent.
Oh. So you got Jordan. Who else?
Me and Brian, I guess.
Char, Brian. Okay.
I put the link on Facebook. So
right.
I don't know. I seen anybody here go by the name His Glory, For His Glory?
Glory?
No. For His Glory.
For His, oh.
Because I seen somebody call For His Glory kind of come on and leave.
I
don't know whether.
Well, right now I'm looking at.
Yeah, you're looking at the box. Who's on the box?
I don't know. I don't know if it gets updated or not often.
What do you mean?
I don't know if it refreshes automatically.
Yeah.
It does.
You refresh.
Okay. Well, right now there's only 4 people talking in the conference.
So it's 4 people. There's a third person not talking? Because it's only.
This is a member of Southwest Florida.
I'm on the chat. But I'm calling Skype, so I'm not on.
So you got 2 people. So you're on as 2 people.
Well, yeah, I'm Brian on the chat. And no, I guess I'd be the non-member on the phone then. On the chat.
Yeah.
So there's a non-member. Is this somebody? Is this a public chat?
Yeah, this one's kind of public, like
public.
the other one that we had.
Okay.
Yeah, the other one that we had is kind of private. The one with Dana. And Dana, he said he had to go to a dinner. He might call in, I guess. So he said he had to eat dinner or something.
All right.
Family stuff.
Yeah. I was talking to another guy yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I was telling Adam and I was Andy when I was talking to this guy. Yeah, I was talking to you and he called me.
Oh yeah.
He thinks that that we're gonna like just record him and try to take what he says out of context, and he was kind of nervous.
What? He already put himself on the internet. What difference does it make? He already put himself on the internet. What difference does it make?
Well, I think I don't know. Some people are like this, kind of nervous, sketchy.
I think they're still in like the American Patriot mode, eh?
No, not this guy. This guy, he's associated, like he was like a Buddhist and stuff. He was like initiated and shit. So I don't know. I don't want to completely like judge this guy, but it seems like he's all right.
For sure. It's tough, It's tricky on the internet. I mean, but I don't know. I'm just not thinking about that. Yeah, they're clearly recording everything.
Yeah.
So whatever.
I mean,
I know who I am, where I'm calling from, and all this stuff. They know who you are when you go anywhere, man. Today, they use a payphone. It don't matter anymore. You gotta kind of just forget about that and.
Yeah, I don't even care. I just think about that bigger picture. I'm just like, well, does it really matter if they're gonna do what they're gonna do? Like I was actually reading.
Like I had a friend here, man, who started a blog, and he works at a local community center here. He started a blog, and there's people. He gets visitors from like parts of the U.S. and Alaska and all this stuff, and it's like, man. They're just like military and communications places checking out everything on the internet goes through a filter the second it's posted on there, man. No matter what language it's in or anything, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm not even like I that's why I don't have to put another name or whatever because I know they already know me already. So like, what's the point? I'm not. Yeah. Who am I fooling?
I'll put the name that's on my birth cert, whatever.
Yeah. I was actually talking with Andy yesterday about I was like going back and forth with this one lady called Through the Looking Glass.
There's a new
looking glass.
Yeah. Because the other one is tinted.
Yeah. The other one. But the Looking Glass is a Looking Glass. It's like I asked her about that. I was like, was this a new illusion or? But like, she's like, the language she uses is like so flowery and so like that. It's that like that new age mystical talk. Like so like rainbows and unicorns and shit. A lot of women are like that on the internet, man.
Yellow.
Whoa! I'm back. What's up?
What were you saying? You said what were you asking, Brian?
Oh, man.
Oh, you're just talking about the way she talks, you know.
Yeah, she's like
that's the word. They usually say like namaste when they leave.
Yeah. I always hear that shit. Namaste.
Yeah.
Wait, y'all talking about shorties?
I'm talking about this girl I seen on the net, and she's like, I don't know. If, you ever ran into girls like who like new agey, like girls who'll be like
what, yoga chicks?
Yeah, kind of like that. Like
yoga chicks, they're a little bit detached from society mentally.
Yeah.
They have a little bit of detachment going on. It could go one way or the other.
Mm-hmm. It's mushy.
Yeah, one of my
mushy-headed.
She's a little more. She's more gymnastic and space oriented. Stars, cosmic stuff. She's a little bit more towards that. As far as yoga, all that stuff, I haven't seen any of that yet, but I'm sure she'll eventually get there. But that's not her focus. Her focus is more on the cosmic side of things, at least from what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
New Age is a mix, a melting pot of everything, pretty much.
Yeah.
So it's hard to pin it down where it exactly is. It's almost like who's going to focus them out?
Yeah, like I actually had a conversation.
It's not considered a science. I mean, it's not a religion.
Yeah, that's like when she goes to me, she goes, intent, and that's just another way of saying, well.
Yo, have any of you guys dated maybe I'd say maybe middle class to regular black chicks by any chance, or Hispanic by any chance? Any of you guys? Maybe?
Well, that could vary, like depending on what country.
I'm a friend of
American black chick.
American.
They're like memorizing mantras, like the music has them memorizing like specific things that if you were to like write them all together, like it'd be some real like disgusting brainwash, like some capitalistic brainwash is going on.
What do you mean writing? Like I don't understand.
Like mantras, like if I'm sitting here talking and I say something that's a neuro-linguistic trigger to a song that she heard, she will start reciting it back. But it's not one chick; it will be every single one down the line. Like it's not. There is no free will with regard to what will come out their mouth or what they'll think about at this point. Like now it's just.
If you hear on the radio,
I know what you mean, man. I know what you mean about that. Like I've heard, it's interesting, man. You're right. Like I could hear, I've heard the exact same line, and it's not even like, it's word for word. You're not exaggerating. They say it word for word, and the girls have never spoken to each other before. Like I've heard girls in like 2-3 different countries say the same thing word for word, like even in a different language as a result of the popular culture and music. It blows your mind. It's like, what the hell?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like they're all connected, right, in a way, but like all being like guided though. Just one path. I think that's in that movie Waking Life. That one scene when the guy's in bed with his girl, and
you gotta realize,
like we're all telepathically. It's like he said they did studies where like they do a test, right? I forgot how it went, but basically he was saying it's like, and this happened to me, like it's like you can pick up on thoughts, kind of. You can pick up on thoughts.
This is some straight up car radio.
Like off the radio, they're all singing that same song, and they're all like you hear them all saying it. It's because it's all in their subconscious, and they make sure they get it. See, people don't see, like, there's a movie I just watched, too, yesterday called Looker. But, like, these, marketing agencies, they make sure that you're going to get this message through some avenue. Through radio, TV, you're going to get it. And if you could try to escape it, like I try to, but I go to work and I work with people who listen to the radio. And so I have to hear. Or if I go in a pizza store, I'm going to hear it. If I go, anywhere, this gas station, I'm going to hear it. They make sure. It's what Alan Watt, he called that anonymous authority, where you get it, but you have no choice in the matter. You get everybody telling you how to think.
Some anonymous authority.
Yeah. Well, it's whether you agree, disagree, or it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
The point is that you're hearing it.
Yeah. Yep.
That's what they're looking for. They don't care if you're like pro or con or whatever.
Man, and you go like that. I remember when they just decided to. They probably were talking about it in council meetings or whatever. But
there's a way to drown that shit out.
They have TVs in the gas station. Whatever.
There's a way to drown it out. Like I've been
not if you're living in the city, man, like you.
I live in the city. I've been able to drown it out.
But then, if you drown it out, then you build up a neurosis because you start numbing. You become numb, like me, right? Like sometimes I have that problem. Like sometimes I just want to feel something real, man. Like it's just because I'm numb to everything around me.
No, like
that's why I have to go and look at philosophy or wisdom. I just want to. I'm trying, or I have to go take a walk in nature, or something, because I want to.
You got to. No, you can. No, you have to. Like, I'm gonna keep it real. I drowned it out by basically just listening to like very instrumental soundtracks, no words being uttered or repeated in my mind. Just soundtrack, very classical kind of soundtrack music. Vangelis, things of that nature. And then what I'll do is, or Hans Zimmer, and then I'll listen to that consciously. Like, that's all I'll listen to. I do not listen to any music before it. But then let's go read the Billboard magazine, right? Yeah. Look up the top songs, and then just, like, use the hooks in conversation with chicks. And you can, like, literally meet a chick in the sex. No, for real. Like,
I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
You can just read the hook. Like, you don't even have to, in theory, ever hear the song. You just have to say the hook,
just know the
and
hook.
It will automatically.
I've done that.
But you can just.
You're in there, man.
Like, you can literally lead the conversation. Like, it's horrible.
Yeah, doesn't mean it means absolutely nothing, but they just love it.
Yeah.
That's the love. That's the power of it, Yeah. It was like I got a book. I had a book I remember from Canada with like Marshall McLuhan stuff. But like the big thing he said when he got into like the medium is the message, but it's like in some parts he kind of hits on the point where it doesn't even matter like the content that's on TV. The content is completely irrelevant. The point is you're sitting in front of that box, right? The content is completely irrelevant. It's like they want you in front of that electrical appliance that's radiating in the corner,
Yeah. And it's amazing
doesn't even matter what's on it, man. They don't care what's on it, man.
It's amazing how they can use that TV, right? Something that they do with your mind, right, makes you totally lose track of, like, time. Like, at least, the time that they...
Yo, is time moving faster to you guys?
What?
Is time moving faster? Okay. It's moving faster, right? Every day we progress, the time seems to be getting shorter.
But they just put
the
hours
back. A lot
back.
to do.
Huh?
Yeah.
Is that golden mean shit going on?
What do you mean? No, I'm saying if time going fast as far as like they put the clocks for it and like I think that's so ridiculous how they actually think they're saving time.
Daylight saving.
They're talking about getting rid of it.
Maybe they're talking about money or something, man. Because I really don't see how. Because it moves forward whether you like it or not. I mean, we have no say in the matter, but that's how you know they control it. Like they're like this illusion of whatever time.
Well, yeah, it's like the sun. I mean, I guess everything has to be based on the sun, like the global financial market and stuff, because business hours start in the morning and finish in the evening kind of thing.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So the money, I guess, just keeps traveling in a circle around the world. Yeah.
It's a game. It's just like it's a game with numbers, man. Like
it's ridiculous.
Yeah, man. Like I think people would have to do, man, just to understand like how funny it is. Just look up like Pythagoras and really understand like what all his work, and you'll just see it's just a number in your mind. You know, that's why we went to wars and shit. People have wars. People kill each other. It's just it's a number that's inside everybody's head, and they want that number to go up.
Well, they want to achieve the golden ratio of perfect society, where the ideal slave will never think that they were slaves. It's like a ratio between like the amount of freedom that they can provide for them and how much power they can maintain. It somehow has to achieve a ratio of they call it golden ratio. That's what I heard.
Before I forget,
Socrates and
golden ratio, golden slave ratio. That's pretty fucking hell. I need to learn how to use that.
Wow.
The perfect slave, eh?
Plato was considered like the old communist, the first communist that he was talking about, and Socrates was a little more like on the democratic side of things.
Mm-hmm.
That's the two kind of.
They both worship the state, though.
Yeah. I mean, they both kind of wanted. They both want authoritarian to rule. So it's kind of like they're trying to figure out what is the ratio to make someone that's happy and how much they can keep them, how much material goods that they need to maintain to keep them happy. Plato was wanting a commune.
That's the perfect slave, you know.
Yeah.
Perfect slave is the one that thinks he's free.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, man.
And people keep on talking about like FEMA camps and stuff like that. I tell people, you're already in it. You're already in it.
Yeah.
They keep on talking about
you get a lot of that. Did you look at the show that Jesse Ventura is doing, the conspiracy theory show?
Well, I cannot help not seeing it because I only have 100 people under my friends list posting stuff from them. So I mean, either way, I'm gonna see some of these just to see like how their groups is doing. You know, what kind of message they're trying to provide, and I kind of try to reverse engineer what they do.
On that Facebook,
you know,
I know there's people that there's one girl I seen that live like 25 minutes away from me. You're friends with.
Oh, there you go.
People who live around. With that, what you were saying with Plato, it's interesting when he talked about the guardian class, because look at the word guardian. It's in other languages. It's kind of I guess you could say Weirdians, and it's a way of saying we are deans. And so they're saying the deans are the real guardian class they're talking about.
Well, they're the
guardians. They don't really do anything.
I think the guardian just kind of takes their order from the gods.
Yeah. Because they have a guardian class, as above, so below. So they have a guardian class here, but like the word
Who's
guard
the guardian class? Who is the guardian class here?
So guard is linked to 12
wise men.
God. Guard is actually linked to guarantee, and that's in law. You have a guarantee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I remember
Guarantor.
Wait, guarantee? What do you mean?
It's in law. I'll read it for you right here. I wrote it down a while ago. Guard.
The garter too, or the
garter.
The garter.
Oh wow! You just put that's just what I found.
Most of the royal family, most of the males are
garter is actually a
female,
kind of stocking that they put on. So.
The garter is a stocking.
Yeah. So like it's all you see that link to something in there. They always have some type of link. Can't find this shit. Where did I put the thing? Gopher, garter.
But anyway, going back to Ventura. That's actually how I woke up, because I am like I hate to admit it, but I'm like an avid wrestling fan, and
what do you mean, like the pro wrestling on TV?
Right.
Like,
that's actually how I woke up, because.
Well, I used to watch wrestling all the time, man. Like,
me too when I was younger. I was old school, man. Fucking Jake the Snake, man.
Yeah.
That's how I woke up, because I was like, I still am kind of like a wrestling nerd, and then I was like reading like Jesse Ventura talking about 9/11, so I just watched that, and I watched Loose Change, and here I am today talking to you guys.
Yeah. Jesse the Body.
Jesse the Body. Yeah, man.
Well, no, wrestling had a lot of interesting stuff in it, I think. Like, they did the whole, like, the Hulk Hogan, who's always the good guy, and the American Hero and stuff, when he left, and they started, like, the NWO and WCW.
Yeah. The Wolfpack.
The World Order, and they were the bad guys and stuff.
Yeah.
Funny.
That has, first, I see where you're going with that. That's not, that idea was stolen from a Japanese promotion, so it was really the Japanese promotion that knew what they were talking about with the whole NW. That idea was totally ripped off.
Oh, yeah, I have no doubt it was not their idea originally, man. They were just made a hell of a lot of money off it, though.
Yeah. But that one guy, I think he's a wrestler. His name is Bass Rutten. That guy's the same, man.
Bass Rutten?
Swedish guy.
What are you
Bass Rutten. His name is, I'm saying, Bass Rutten.
That's bugged out.
Bass Rutten, or whatever you want. But he's like, just type his name in YouTube if you want to have a good laugh. He's like, yes, you see, take the guy. He's like, you're punching me in my face. I'm grabbing your arm. I'm snapping your elbow like this. I'm snapping your arm. And he just tells you, like, he'll be like, yeah, somebody's punching for you. Wrong move, buddy. I'm taking this knife and I'm stabbing it in your liver. And he's just like an insane. This guy is insane, man. Like,
all right, hold on. All right, golden slave ratio. Can someone break that down for me again? Yeah, that's a good ratio right there. I like that ratio. Because in theory, right? Because I have a theory that every single person is automatically, economically, a slave.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So in theory, right, your income would decrease to the degree you are a slave. Or rather, it increases as you're a slave, rather. So your amount of freedom, right, is removed, right? You don't have freedom, but you have control now.
Yeah, privileges.
Right.
What type of, like, you know, it's interesting, and you look at, like, England and stuff, like, how they can separate people like that. Like, just by through like, there's a good story about George Bernard Shaw called Pygmalion.
Mm-hmm.
And it's about a guy who's like, he's like a master in phonetics, and he teaches this lady from Scotland. I think she's Scottish. I don't know, but she, like, her accent, the way, like just 'cause the way she talks, they can tell what, like, she's in another class. Like, it's almost like a lower class or whatever, and their class, like the way the Queen speaks and a lot of other people, they speak like this. It's like their form of English. It almost sounds like the way they talk to people. It sounds condescending in a way. I don't know if you noticed.
Well, that's just the way they act all their lives. So they don't really feel it, or that they're actually being condescending to you.
Yeah, it sounds like, I don't think they are, like, all of them, but but like this, the way you're acting it.
They're not out on the street interacting with the average person. You know?
Yeah.
Exactly. So they're not listening to slang. They're not watching television programs and consuming the culture we are.
Yeah.
See, that's exactly what you have to do, though, is isolate yourself from it. If you isolate yourself from it, it puts you on a whole nother...
yeah, but isolating yourself
keeps
you kind of blind, though, to the movement of where everything's going.
I don't even think that's true. I think watching popular culture makes you more blind. Like, I think it makes you like complacent. Like you can't see the trees or the leaves. You just see the screen in front of you.
No, don't be immersed in it like 24/7. Like every once in a while, go and see, and you see how you'll see drastic changes that nobody will see because they go through them kind of incrementally.
Right.
Yeah.
The frog in the pot, right?
Look at it from a learning perspective. Yeah. That's all you have to do. And
what was that?
I said just look at it from a learning perspective. That's all you have to do. I mean, if you know what's going on, then there's it's not going to affect you in any way. You have a shield.
Yeah, you become you can't enjoy the same things that they enjoy because as you learn more, the delusion kind of I can't watch.
Yeah, there's no meaning to it. It's just it's completely superficial.
Yeah,
I think I made a choice a while ago, almost 5 years ago, not to have a TV anymore, and it's I've been without a TV for 4.5 years, and the internet's enough.
You still get it.
I'm right along with you. I have no TV. I've had a TV for some years.
You see enough TV. Yeah, you see enough TV in public places.
Yeah.
All you hear about when you're on the street is people talking about TV.
Yeah.
The newspaper I find a little more interesting than TV. I mean, it's still garbage, but it's still, transmit a message. But the TV burns a lot of time. The internet's still a big distraction.
But Glenn kind of, Tom and Glenn were doing that. That's what Glenn does. But he'll watch the news still, but he watches it for a completely different reason. Because they'll actually put and I see what he's talking about, how they put their little messages here and there, they always have an allegory on TV on the news,
names of places where things are happening,
statements that they say, little nuances and things like that, movements.
Yeah,
all that stuff. Me, it's just it's kind of tough for me to watch it because it's just a lot of crap, man. And I'm like, when you're sentient, you just kind of your senses are kind of working really, and you're catching everything, and it's fuck out. You're seeing all the bullshit. And it kind of pisses me off, man. It's just I don't want to see this.
They craft the reality so that confines your world of
man. That's what kind of
they design that they define. So pretty much you're kind of already limited by that when you watch it, and if you believe it, then you're brainwashed. And I don't know what programs they train those folks to watch, but it's sort of like a constant updated public key that they use for themselves to communicate. Obviously, the movies are definitely.
Wait, what? Say that. Say what you said again. I didn't hear that.
It's like a constantly updated public key that they are trained to watch for some folks. I don't know what shows out there that that they use, but big time budget movies definitely are one of that. Their methods to you all know, and there's a way to decipher all that, which we haven't really been figured out. Communication codes that like we know there's so many. I mean there are tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands.
I don't even think it wouldn't be possible to know all of them, I think, because
obviously not,
one person, you can have one message sent out on TV, for example, on the news, something happened at a certain place at a certain time, but you could have, 15 different people taking 15 different instructions from that.
Well, each organization, I'm sure, has their own way of...
Yeah, they do. They have certain, the hand signs and symbols.
Oh, yeah, they're separated, because if they knew... everything, it wouldn't work.
Right.
It wouldn't work if everyone knew everything, right?
That'd be crazy, man. They would have no control if everybody knew everything. That's an interesting show I came across. On the History Channel, one of the most things is when they talk about alien artifacts, and you'll look and you'll just see it's all Neanderthals they're talking about, influence, every all those tribes, Spanish tribes, like how they have caves and they talk about these people who are like reptiles, and then the media's always say, oh well, they came from outer space probably, and all. but they kind of they make it so obvious though. It's like
but the word is right there, like it's extra terrestrial. It means one more terrestrial. It doesn't mean out there in the stars. It means there's one more terrestrial here on the planet with us.
Yeah.
Another word, what's another word? Intra-terrestrial?
Inside the world.
Can just mean inside, but extra is also like this one more terrestrial. So it can be one more among us or within us,
Right.
I was telling Jared the other day, the word that makes me laugh the most every time I hear the word research on TV, it just makes me laugh automatically. It just makes you. It's one of those words that it's like right there glaring at you, obviously in your face, and you obviously know what it means, and it's just like so obvious. It's so, but nobody knows what they're talking about when they say research.
Yeah, I was telling a guy yesterday, like my father, prime example, like he worked as a pharmacist, and as a pharmacist, every 6 months you have to renew your license because supposedly they're always finding new things. And he gets a magazine where they tell him all these new things, and you cannot tell him anything, or you could not tell him anything about they have more advanced technology. You can't, they will not believe you. They'll think you're a fool. You think they know all because they get the new magazine every 6 months that has everything. That's so old, by the way. It's so. I've heard, even that guy Alejandro Jodorowsky, he said that he took LSD with shamans and stuff. And I have a feeling, man, like with Andy, what you were saying, some of these guys are masters, who understand medicine more, or plants and stuff, more than what a modern doctor would know.
In theory, it's supposed to be like natural law, your body's supposed to operate according to the same principles as like average Earth would operate. It's not like a one quick pill solution to growing crops.
Yeah. Well, these guys, the guys like him who are saying they're doing this stuff with shamans. They're not taking this stuff that's being circulated and mass-produced on the streets, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
When they take these drugs, they take them ritualistically, man. They have a whole format of how to get high on mushrooms. And mushrooms is interesting. A guy was explaining to me yesterday, mushrooms, how they grow, it's kind of, Etta Torpa kind of talks about that a little bit, but, they live off energy of shit. And whatever energy that is, and it's totally it's like a different type of plant, man. These type of things,
It's a fungus.
Yeah,
it's a fungus. It's not even on a regular.
The fungus
it's a different type of fucking plant, animal kingdom or some shit like that.
It's not even part of the plant kingdom. It's some other shit.
Yeah, it's a separate.
Can you imagine?
It's right above I think it's right above bacteria or some shit like that.
Can you imagine where underground, the mushrooms that they have, huge. That's probably how they understood drugs and stuff, how they use it to control people and shit.
That's an interesting point. I never heard of that, but that's good.
Yeah, because they have no sunlight.
Yeah.
They probably have some type of light.
Well, they have artificial lighting down there that can duplicate the sun's some part of the spectrum that they use to grow. You've seen those channels where they show you how to grow crops on the ground.
Yeah.
With blue, with green and red light, infrared.
Just talking about those HP light systems. I don't even know what they're called. High pressure.
They can probably do it with fiber optics too and stuff.
Oh yeah, exactly.
No doubt they have
with fiber optics.
They can. Do you even think they even use electricity down there? Do you think they use some other form? When I look at nuclear,
our whole infrastructure is probably their new. Our whole globalized infrastructure is probably their new lighting system or some shit like that.
I don't know like that. Because the way we're so primitive, man. They've done this so many times. I remember Glenn was saying in his video, he's they just have an earthquake, flood, and they just knock these people back to the Stone Age, man. Like,
So
can you imagine with no floods, no none of that? Like, we probably would have been more advanced. We would have never had any floods or earthquakes in the past. 'Cause that's what they do. They kind of just like start you or put somebody in the Dark Ages, make them just, just living, knock them back, man. It's fucked up. But,
how do they get their information? Like, how do they get their news? Is what I'm wondering.
Man, they everything that you see. Like, there's a good allegory I put up with Hal, about Hal, and that computer's brain, or it's a web of that whole. We have a web of information surrounding the whole world. There's different, mediums of communication that you don't even see. Like you think of radio, but there's so many massive, and like that's like its brain almost. It's linked to its brain. Like it can see everything visibly on this planet Earth. It is God, omniscient, whatever you want to call it.
Omniscient.
Yeah,
I read a really interesting book. I think you guys should check out. It's written by Oxford, but it's like some like divination book. It's like called Divinity and Maximal Greatness. It's a very bugged out like Oxford book about. It's like a scientific investigation of what it would take for a human to be like godlike per se.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting book. Very expensive though. Well,
you know what? Like
relatively expensive.
Well, learn GE.
The G.
GE, genetic engineering. Done that. I haven't really seen a lot of people. I haven't really seen a lot of people that, have you seen a lot of genetic scientists that, or engineers that kind of come out and say how things are done, explaining?
Well, they explain it in science fiction movies, man.
Right.
Like they kind of show you. They talk about genetic engineering all the time, but they just don't use genetic engineering today's term. They use religious terms, and to describe genetic. They make it look like so fantastical. I mean, but all it is, it's pretty rational. But like guys like New Age people will be like, oh, they actually like go into that and like really believe like when they talk about all these spiritual beings, they left their material bodies and like they can manipulate us. I'm like, that's just they got downloaded the computer, and in the end, they're just a thought in the computer. They're electricity, you could say. So if you want to call that spiritual, yeah, whatever. But they just make it look like, like these are so,
the word breaks down into it in IRS. I forgot what it means. What
it is neither male or female.
Wait, what?
Androgynous?
Yeah.
It is a united male and female?
It's neither male nor female, but
so the word would be. It's just another way to say androgynous, basically.
Yeah, because that's what Neanderthal was.
Well, it's like it in English. I mean, it in English can refer to anything, right?
Yeah.
You call an animal an it, right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But in every other language, there's a distinct separation. The ending of the word's different from male or female. There's no, in Latin languages, there's no it.
Mm-hmm.
It's always something like an object, a pencil.
Mm-hmm.
It would be masculine, so you'd say he, right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't say it, you'd say he.
Yeah, you made a
English
good point.
is, English is the androgynous language where it appears first time.
Remember,
you make a good point because read all in the dictionary. Read all that very closely, like words like or which or where or we are. These are like really important in that code, man. Like these are things that most people would just kind of pass off, but like these conjunctions or whatever, like they're actually really telling, man. When you read them, there's no accident that they have O-R, or, and it's phonetically the same as O-R-E. And,
well, yeah, English, you start to find that out. I mean, if you start to learn another language, you realize, like, or you try and teach someone English who doesn't speak English, you realize, like, this makes absolutely no sense. What's the real reason that it's like that, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you try and explain someone like 2, 2, and 2, you know?
Yeah. Well, going back to the
but we all the European languages use all the same letters, though. Same Desdemona type font. They all use, the only thing they do is just that they have that, and that's where you go into phonetics and the accents. That's
Yeah,
I found a site called Google Translate.
Right now. I'm gonna hop back on the call in like 30 minutes if y'all still talking.
All right.
Cool.
All right, peace out.
I found a site called Google Translator, right? And you can type in a word, right? Translate it.
Yeah, I use that all the time.
Yeah, and you can hear and it'll give you other words, like type in the word pig and use the French translation, and you'll see so many derivatives, so many other words that stand for pig, and write them all down, man. Look up what they mean. You'll find like so many links, man. So many, man.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
Well,
it's a lot of shit.
Yeah, you just said, like, you were talking about will, the word will here, and you look at that in Portuguese, it has nothing, it's barely related to what it means for us in English, you know? And I'm seeing stuff here, I'm trying to use words, and I would, like, say, for example, I translate something literally that would be normally said in English, and everyone looks at you like, what? It has absolutely no meaning for them. You know?
Yeah.
So
that word will, too, it gives a link that Neanderthal is dead. Because, you give your will when you're dying. And that's what I've always seen so many clues that Neanderthal is no longer living. Like, Glenn said that, they might be one or, I don't know, a few of them, but as far as a race, I'm seeing over and over again that they don't exist as a race. But, I don't know. It could be, That's what the code is telling me.
I would say probably in the beginning, they probably were recloning themselves so they can pretty much...
Yeah, that's in Stargate.
Continue somehow from their previous lives to continue to do their great work, or whatever that they were doing down there. Because it takes, tens of thousands of years for them to even come out with any kind of these long-term plans.
That's in the movie
the experiment
Stargate.
takes a long time. Like, when it comes to experimentation with all these people, it takes a long time, at least from our perspective, at least. Since we live less than 120 years of what a human should live at this time, one lifetime really is nothing. Now we look at it, I mean, it takes so long to learn stuff, with all these problems bombarding us on a daily basis. I mean, I just see how I'm just amazed how people can even progress nowadays. It's just pretty tough. From one.
Yeah, you know what I thought, Brian? I was thinking, like, what if, like, how people are supposed to go to Glenn's farm and stuff, and what if it's actually different? What if that site is to get the people who can actually think on that site? Not saying that Glenn knows anything about it. And what if they plan to use the people that actually make it up there? Because that's kind of like, you could kind of see that, like,
Well, yeah, everything's possible, man. You always have to consider all the possibilities, man.
Yeah.
You can't really, like, that's why you can understand life for him being so difficult, because you can never really trust anybody.
Yeah.
Like, I would, like, for example, trust one of my best buddies who I grew up with, in Ontario. Like, he's always going to help me out. I got a place to sleep. I got food to eat, that kind of stuff. You could never really trust people who are just showing up, and you really never know. It could be the complete opposite,
Yeah,
I got friends. I got friends that are in this. So now after I learned all this, I realized, dude, that's the part. I mean, they play a certain part in it. So
you got friends who are what in like?
I have some friends that never really realized. You know, the way I grew up is when I first came to this country, I was 8 years old. I didn't know English. I didn't even know that, and I started from there. And the only people that would hang out with me, I realized, was kids of mixed race types. Like, they'll be half Asian, half American. I realized those are the only people that I end up hanging out with because somehow they're more, I guess, familiar with the culture or something. And
they're in a similar situation, right?
And here's the thing: their parents basically are all travel around the world. They oversee all over the world, and they either work for the CIA or the State Department. Labor. I mean, the State Department. Those two. At least that's what I have seen.
Yeah, I've seen that
too.
I have friends like
some part within the bureaucracy, you know. So, kind of, I guess they're trying to lead me to some. They're trying to learn from me at the same time while I learn from them, just see how it progresses, things like that. I mean, I could say things at least that's
a lot of military families and even people in the church, missionary groups. They're always in. You know, I meet a lot of missionaries here, and they're always all over the place.
Right.
They're really nice people, though.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely just because they're in it doesn't mean
they don't have a clue they're
bad people.
Yeah, they don't go. I always talk to the Mormons who are down here, walking around reading the Bible to people and stuff. The Latter-day Saints.
I meet those people too.
Right when I see them, the first question I ask, I'm like, "So you're from Utah?" You know, and they kind of start laughing. You know.
The Mormons kind of scare me. Like, it would be like young men, man. Like, one time I had one guy.
Oh, there's a young lady, too. I mean,
it's young men, though. It's young men.
A lot of them are young guys, yeah, right. But they also have women missionaries as well. I mean, I've seen both. I was baptized by in the Mormon church. I mean,
really?
Yeah, at that time, I didn't know what. I was 11 years old.
Oh, wow.
My aunt dragged me into it. So I thought I was just taking a bath or going to, swimming or something.
I was baptized too, and not anymore. I was baptized in the Catholic, and I remember that. Now that I remember, I remember seeing Jesuits and stuff like that. When I was young, they have this thing. They wear the same thing as a priest, but red and black with that thing on their head.
They're all branches of one another anyway. So they just kind of meant to, I guess, confuse us. It's like creating all these countries. They just kind of divided up among themselves as well. Just confuse us.
Yeah, I was listening. I was listening to some old audio, some old history audio about Jesuit missions through Canada and stuff. It's worth looking into, like the history of a lot of the Jesuit missions, and you can see how they just showed up. Like, for example, in Canada, I mean, they showed up and they were already speaking the native languages fluent enough to communicate with all the tribes and stuff.
Yeah, the Jesuits, man. I've seen some stuff on them too. Like when you look in the encyclopedia, you'll come across sometimes Jesuits, and like the things that they were involved in, man. Like they were like agents that would like do things, promulgating some agenda or something. They would do little like a lot of questionable things, man. They were, like Glenn was telling me, like with Shinto, like how they were just a culture and they weren't even a religion, and they kind of came in there and just said, no, you're going to be a religion. Like they made it a religion. They kind of showed them the way, and that's why when I've been reading about Shinto last month now, in Shinto a lot of the stuff that you see is 6th century, like it was later on. You're reading about stuff that came out later, and that's when the Jesuit, because they shut down that place. I guess when they shut down, they really went to work in that area over there. But they were like, if you look into those guys on the internet, there's guys out there who are like purely all Jesuit conspiracy. You might get some good insights from looking at those guys' work, because everything has to be Jesuit, and just see like what they kind of did, man. They were like, I guess they're linked to like that group Illuminati, because the guy was named Ignatius Ola, whatever. You know, it's interesting. Yeah. I was watching. I remember. No, I was reading a newspaper months ago, and some guy from South America, I think it was, like, what's South America? He was from South America in America, and he went to jail, and it was all over. It was actually on the front page that he like burned. Something happened, and he burned the whole house down, killed this girl and the guy she was cheating on him with, and he looked up his name, and his name is Ignatius.
That's a pretty common name here.
Is it?
In other Spanish-speaking countries.
Because I thought, it was in the code, because I'm like, all right, he's lighting something up, burning, killing these people, and his name is...
Yeah, it is always like the name of the criminals in the newspapers, suspected criminals or accused criminals, they always have significant names.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That's always like related to what they did.
You remember Glenn said, "Watch the surnames of the people." They always put the surname, and it's interesting how surnames came to be. Like, and it was like in that period in Europe. Like, you had to actually earn that type of name. Like, it was like.
Yeah, I was talking about that with like someone here. And we were talking about last names and what this signify. Like Oliveira was like from old families who were olive farmers, and a name like Schumacher, they were shoemakers, at one point. And a lot of people here are named after animals and food, that like milk and stuff. It's funny.
Yeah, shoemaker. That's the part of the people that, like, they say, like, kind of formed the miracles. The shoemakers, candlestick makers, and I forgot what the other one was.
So shoemaker actually really refers to someone that makes shoes for people.
It means that they kind of direct your path.
Oh, okay. It's a path thing. Okay, I got you.
And maybe at one point along.
What happened?
They're the people. So they're the people that direct others' path, or are they being directed?
Something like that. It's something to do with footwork and path and soles and shoes and.
They're the pathfinder or something like that, or how?
Yeah, something like Okay. I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
the candlestick maker.
Yeah, like a shoe has a sole that walks.
That's not a sole.
There's so many things.
The soul, the soul, the hidden soul. That goes back to what Glenn was saying with that picture with Confucius and the hidden foot, or something with the foot.
Soul. Well, soul in Latin is sun.
Right. Right.
There's a lot of links, man. Like I was looking up a word a while ago. Vanilla is actually linked to the word vagina.
Yeah.
It's like vagina, vanilla. Maybe that's why they call that rapper Vanilla Ice. Maybe he was a vagina. What happened to him? Yeah, like hung over a roof or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like country, right?
Yeah.
That's colloquial Irish.
Is it?
Well, even Vanilla Ice looks tougher than Eminem. So does Eminem refer to anything that's related with women?
Is it just me?
It's something to do with seeds. That word vanilla.
Vanilla. Oh, okay.
I was listening to the other day. I downloaded like a whole bunch of like Celtic requiems and stuff, man. It's pretty. Some of the stuff can sound like depressing, but like they have like I don't know. When I hear that music, for some reason, like the Norse mythology like kind of comes up to my head. Because I was reading that story, the Twilight, the guys. I posted it up. After reading it, that's just depressing, man. Like, none of it has to be true, but they talk about it like it's gonna happen, like it has to happen. Like,
what the
they
post
will
you put up today about the from Norse mythology?
Yeah, I called it Plan, Destruction, Create a Book.
Yeah, I read that today.
Well, no,
you see everything in there. It's like, wow.
Yeah. Well, that stuff, like you said, it's all part of media as well, and you can see the present day media leading towards that direction.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they create that crap, that reality, and people just kind of buy into it. If you believe it, through the rating system, it tells them something. Everything tells them something.
Yeah.
So it's working for them, it seems like. And right now, it seems like there's going to be a war soon or something. Who knows what? Financial war, definitely. But a actual war, I don't know yet. But a financial war definitely is undergoing. But when it gets to the later phase, when everybody's ripping each other's face off, then all hell will break loose. So I don't know how that's going to come.
That whole
thing going on here right now.
Yeah, the whole thing about the world is it's I'm seeing it really is important, man. Like that one girl through the new looking guy. I think she understands that, man. She knows that, and they don't know this
cosmology for 30 years.
Huh?
Okay, she's been studying the cosmic cosmology for all this stuff for over 30 years. 30 years now.
Wow, she's really
and she's from. Her parents is from is Masonic. So obviously she has some insider connection. But then again, I don't think the parents are going to talk very much about it.
She's
her anyway. So
yeah, she's one of theirs.
Yeah, for the fact that she's a she, so that means she might be holding a more important position. But I guess on the physical side of things, but. I don't know how much as far as knowledge goes, but I guess.
Well, they're not concerned with helping anybody or trying to do anything about solving the problem. You kind of already know where they stand, right?
Yeah, they're all pacifists, It's like
but that's what
it's like you're sitting in a home. It's like you're sitting in a home that somebody else has set on fire, and they tried to go within.
Yeah, Eastern Talking to a guy, man. The guy's a cool guy, but I'm just seeing Buddhist thought. Their thought is more like you're gonna die anyway, just whatever. Are you kidding me, man? I have this sit on my conscience that they're gonna go and kill millions of people. Well, they're all gonna die anyway.
Yeah, but the reason a lot of people search and join for deeper into these religions is really at the end of it they want an excuse not to do anything, not to help, not to take responsibility. They just want an excuse to say, well, it's written here and that's that, so I'll do what I'm doing. They don't care about helping people, man. They're just
crazy.
They'll read the whole Bible. Yeah, they'll read the whole Bible just to find an excuse to not get off their ass and do anything,
Yeah, man, it kind of pisses me off because it's like they're like, oh, you're gonna die anyway. They just because that's even in the Western side of things, because they do that same shit too. They do, something. It just somehow they can get people to just accept it and just accept. I was watching a clip that Cole Creed posted a while ago. And it was a Christian guy, reading the Bible. He's like, oh, they're gonna change the world, and they're gonna the rapture, and he's was loving it, and you understand, you can see the allegory that he's saying that he probably doesn't even know he's saying. And it's oh shit, man, they're gonna change us.
Yeah, well, they got all these. I mean, you think about the willpower of millions, maybe billions of people in congregating and willing this story to happen. I mean, that's wild, right?
Yeah.
They're all willing, the apocalypse.
Yeah.
Like I said, in Portuguese, the book of Revelations is just called Apocalypse.
Yeah.
And everyone, millions and millions of people here, for example, they're just going to church and they're saying, oh, Jesus is coming back, the world's going to end, and that's all, the willpower of millions of people, billions if you include all the religions, right?
Yeah. Cropped out of media. There you go.
Yeah.
Everything's going back.
Yeah, and if they're not in a church willing the plan, or watching the TV willing the plan, and all this stuff, right?
That's what gets me mad usually during like my day-to-day life, because each and every corner I see it all going wherever, like people's thought patterns all seem to be like supportive of like this agenda.
Yeah, there was and John's back, by the way, Brooklyn. Okay. So, no, there was like on 11/11, there was like a mass meditation, like a counter-apocalypse meditation fucking going on.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I indulge in meditation, so I messed with it, but yeah, there's like other things going on where people are trying to counter it. I don't know if it's quite as powerful as the population going, but then again, the population's so weak-minded that signal is not quite as strong as those who are, not attached to normal or popular culture.
Mm-hmm. Too, like those people, like that lady I was saying, they're very into mysticism. If you look what mysticism is, they focus so much more on internal things. And I'm not saying that they're totally wrong about it, but like that's like all they do. They always try to focus. But I think you gotta go look on the outside to understand the inside. But like the mystic, that word is so telling. It's telling you, my stick. I'm a Persian magician waving my stick here. Keep looking at it, and I'm fucking you from the back. I'm fucking. It's the same method that what Glenn was saying. Like they have everybody looking at
through the tinted looking glass. Through the tinted looking glass.
Yeah. They got you looking here, and then they actually coming from behind you.
Yeah.
Like that's why they kind of melted those icebergs up there, pieces of the. Because that's also like he was saying to broaden the effect of the flood. I mean, they're making sure everything's perfect and shit, man. Like.
Have you realized that I don't know what the weather's like up there, but I realized that the winter seems to be shifting like a month further back now. So which means the Earth is tilting a little bit. The orientation of the Earth is probably changing already.
No, like I don't
know if you realize that.
The global, how we have, it changes. It does change. You're right. Like the Earth goes to that like natural.
I don't know if the reason oil spill that may have caused it, or somehow the changing jet pattern stream or something that's causing
the oil spill. I think the oil spill was an allegory for black water.
Right? Just the allegory. It probably doesn't affect much, but I don't know. I mean, nobody really knows. They create a lot of confusion and distractions everywhere. So it could be meaning anything. But somehow, like I said, the season seems to be shifting. Like to me, become like winters comes a little bit later now. Like
they had an oil spill in Missouri too.
Yeah.
Missouri.
I see that too. How the winter is like definitely like a month behind.
Yeah, I think that like 2-3 years ago.
I've seen that years ago. I remember when summer used to be. I remember summer used to be so much hotter when I was younger. Now it used to like seem to last longer or something. It was hotter. Now it's not. It's not like it wasn't like that. I mean, just at least the last 5 summers. What happened?
But the changes seem to be a little bit faster now.
Faster?
A little bit more drastic now. You can feel it each year as it, as it gets closer to certain dates.
It's that too, and it's as you get older,
it's more apparent now. So
yeah, I think things are hitting a kind of a maximum speed in a sense.
Yeah.
And it's like your perception of time, I think, changes as you get older.
The only question I have is,
I was looking at.
Yeah, there's just one thing I still pondering. Like what Glenn had said was, the climate on Earth is affected by the orbit around the sun, and he's saying that if there's object coming through the Earth's path, somehow it will change somehow the magnetic field or something like that, and it will affect and it will tilt. I mean, not tilt, but change the orbital path around the sun, the Earth's path, and it will make it more elliptical or less elliptical, and that would create the warming and cooling of the Earth. Right now, I guess, I don't know. Obviously NASA is going to tell us, but I don't know how. Is there a way we can find out the exactly?
You find some good shows on that about they'll talk about things like this. There's certain things that they'll talk about. Like I see a lot of things they talk about, like the different movements of the planets and stuff. And it'll give you a lot of clues. It's interesting stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely one is their timeline. They definitely use it as a timeline.
I think I said this last week already about the dark matter. Like they think dark matter, right? Is They say the only reason why they call it dark is because they don't know what it is. They don't it's because in the particle accelerator they're finding out about the Big Bang, or supposedly finding out, but there's particles in there that there's particles. It's dark matter that's not in there. So it's they don't know what type of particles these are. And it's just
No. Dark means secrecy, so somebody knows what it is.
Maybe. Because whenever they say unknown, it's unknown to one. It's known to creation, I guess.
Right, if you call it dark, it's unknown, because black, darkness is secrecy, death,
it's interesting when you get the connotations you get for black.
The absence of light. Dark is the absence of light.
You know what this guy was telling me, too? He's telling me that not all, how, what I'm saying, all colors come from black. But he was saying, no, all colors come from white. Like when you look at a prism and you shine light through it, you see all the colors through it.
Well, if you mix all the colors, it doesn't become pure black. It's kind of it looks similar to black, but not pure black.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
like you were saying, say you have a black piece of cloth, right?
Right.
As it fades, losing shit, it becomes whiter. But as it's getting dirtier, it becomes blacker. So it's gaining stuff when it's becoming blacker. And
it's like the red, green, and blue color. If you mix the three, it becomes
looks
white.
black. That's what I thought. It would be like some dark color.
So and with those three primary colors, they can come out with most of the colors that we could perceive. I don't see. That's kind of a weird thing.
Yeah, that's an interesting.
So it's all. I guess all color can be separated from white. Out of white.
But to call black people, call white people, I think that's a misconception, man. Because they're not even white and they're not even black.
Right. None of them are pure in terms of how we use it as word to describe something. So.
White's albino.
Yeah, albino.
Albino. Yeah.
People call me white, but I'm not really white. It's I can get a suntan or.
Yeah,
I burn and I turn pink and stuff like that.
Yeah, you're Irish, and I see the Irish people that I see around here, they can't even really go in the sun. They burn too easily. Skin is really.
My cousins are screwed.
It's like a different. I knew a girl that she said she could eat the sun didn't even have to be on her and she would burn up.
Really?
And that sucks, man. Shit, man. I like summer, and I really don't care. I both, I learned over time to appreciate all of them as they come. But, I guess summer's good because you can go out and you don't have to wear as much clothes or whatever. And you get to look at the girls wearing nothing.
It's always somewhere here, man.
Yeah, it's always somewhere over there. So I guess winter would be a shock to you, man. You'd be like, what the fuck?
I don't miss it, yeah.
You don't miss it? Yeah.
I don't miss the Canadian winters, man.
No. What? Canadian winters, man, I knew. Wow, this thing, they suck, man. They suck.
Yeah. I mean, Glenn probably has a tough time taking care of things.
You can't even breathe out there, man. Like, you feel your nose hairs, like, turn to icicles, man. That's how cold it was up there when I was up there.
Yeah. I worked outside for a long time.
Why? You still have all your toes and shit, man?
I took care of myself, man.
Yeah, well, whatever they're gonna do to warm up the world, it's got to warm up at a pretty high amount to.
Well, it's gonna be the second sun that warms up the world.
Well, yeah, I think it would warm up from the inside out.
Yeah. It's gonna be like
the permafrost is melting up there, isn't it? The permafrost is melting up there, isn't it?
I think, yeah, both sides, Antarctica and the north, quote unquote, North Pole, it's still.
So the ground's warming up.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I know even in places like just some things I saw in the news. I met a guy from Hawaii. They're drilling into like the Earth's core out in Hawaii, stuff like that. And it's like
in
trying to
theory,
hit like pure magma and stuff. Like damn, I could eat up the world.
Would compasses still point to the north?
Pardon?
If the pole shifted, would it still point to the north?
Compass, I don't think it points at the true north anyway.
You're right.
No, is Antarctica not what we refer to as the North Pole? Is Antarctica, I think. I thought it was the contrary.
It's in 2012 the poles are supposed to reverse, so like south becomes north and north becomes south.
Isn't it already that case?
I don't know.
Some people claim that's already the case, that the North Pole is really on what we're used to looking at, actually the opposite. You know.
I've been working on like mapping with like using the degrees and like this is just gonna fuck up the whole game now.
Like you say, like
it would be similar, you know. But what everyone's accustomed to saying is north is actually the South Pole, right? It would be like that picture on Glenn's side of the world spinning, and you see Antarctica on the top of the world, and the center of the world is only oceans, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There's only one ocean, right? All the oceans like kind of connect to that.
Yeah, that what do you call that? The belt, right? And belt thing going on, the flow of the ocean throughout the throughout the Earth, where it goes from hot to cold or whatever. It like regulates all like wind and like weather, allegedly.
Yeah, I remember Tom said something funny on a phone call once. He said, like this, you know, they say a big icebergs are breaking off the poles and floating, you know, down the Gulf streams. But he said, why couldn't that be? There'd be a Russian submarine underneath that pulling it along with a hook. That would be the real meaning of the Cold War. Right, that would be the definition of the Cold War.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Yeah, Don, you said like, are you still into that? You said you study cataclysms.
Yeah, I've been studying a little bit of disaster. I moved on from disaster to like sort of trying to figure out how to use physics formulas for like, to be honest, like people manipulation sort of. Hold on. Like right now, like that fucking freedom and control ratio, because control is just power, right? And power is like power has a physics formula, right? So if you like it's just work over time. So I'm starting to think about the implications of making other people, or to the degree of making other people work for a certain amount to free up freedom. Like, just real crazy shit right now. I'm actually on a chalkboard writing this shit out right now.
Yeah, you ever think like how like all the information of how to manipulate people, like that guy Robert Greene, like it's all
no, that's
public.
bullshit. Like, no. I'm talking about like it's formulas. Like, you don't need a book about like how to lie to people. Like, it's not about lying. It's just math. It's like if I want to get a scholarship or some shit, right? Or if I want to do something, then I just want to have control over the situation. So I just have to figure out the math of the situation. Like, how many events do I have to do in a certain specified period of time?
And you're only able to do that because you got a generalized population who kind of been made to fit in the format. But
it's a sample size of people, so it's not really hard to figure out. And all these people are not, like, unless they're like the elite of the elite for some reason. Like, it's pretty much fair game at this point. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't get into that type of thing.
No, I imagine it would be. I mean, I don't doubt that it's not possible, because if we're talking about things like genetic engineering and social engineering and languages given to people as programming devices, I mean, definitely it's possible, but with the benefit.
It's like you could set in motion, like there's a guy, he's like a war theorist, his name is John Boyd. And he came into the picture. His thing comes from after the Vietnam War, when we had sort of a thermodynamic approach to war, right, where we just have mass force and technology coming at populace. But we lost that war because they were able to use sort of chaos theory without really scientifically using it. They were able to use the chaos theory. So his claim to fame is the Iraqi war. His theory came out in about the 80s. It's called what is it called? The general thing is the OODA loop. But
the OODA loop.
The OODA loop. That was his claim to fame. But like the real application is chaos theory. So it's like you can use it. It's basically a way to gain control of a populace or a sample size of people. So
yeah, they're doing that right now here in Rio, man.
Yeah, this is what the actual formula with people. Huh?
Did you just say about the people, or did I?
No. It's like it's with the people, but it's based on observation, right? So the first premise is observation. The second premise is orientation of those observations with like your cultural background, your genetic heritage, your previous experiences. When you take someone's observations and mold them there, you can pretty much predict what their decision is going to be. So it's about breaking into like their observations. So like it's
to first create a standardization within the system first, and then create a monopoly, and then you can do pretty much whatever you want.
Right.
Once that's set in. I mean, they already got that figured out long. I mean, the whole system is already set up. Everywhere they move is pretty much, they have a system. You know, the British system pretty much is based off that formula. Very old formula. Wherever they go, they pretty much, like when they colonized all these countries in Africa, all these other places,
Do you think they knew how to control mass populations before the Ice Age? Because how could they do it if they didn't have a mass though? The population wasn't high like it is now. It wasn't like at the point that now. I mean, there still isn't a lot of people in the world, to tell you the truth. Like, when you actually really look into it, like, there's so much room, you know. It's just not enough room on the ground for people on the top of it. There's not enough room.
There's a lot of space, but they just got us all crowded together.
Yeah, in these little cities, man. Yeah, man.
Well, I think we're at the highest point now in history where like
people.
85% or whatever are all living in cities, but almost the whole population's in cities.
Yeah, it's just easier to kill them off and shit like that. Easier to just, because the cities are like basically a death trap, a labyrinth for the Minotaur to come to get you. They just could flood them. The way they're set up, they have all the steam pipes and shit. Same format like New York, you know, and Chicago. I remember Glenn was telling me his Jennifer was going through Chicago, and like she kind of versed stands how it's all gonna just be destroyed just from like going through and looking at the. Who's
Jennifer again?
His wife, Jennifer.
Oh, Jennifer's his wife, his current wife.
What happened?
His current wife?
Yeah, his current wife. Yeah.
Okay, Jennifer. You know who she is, right? She's some.
Yeah, I know who she is.
She's from Phoenix.
I know a little bit about her history. I don't know everything about her history.
Right.
But I know
You've probably seen her videos and interviews.
Yeah. But she was like promoting like some stuff related with David Icke.
Yeah, because she was used by David Icke in the past.
Isn't it?
She was
Dyke.
used by. Yeah, Dyke.
She married David Icke.
The Ike.
Yeah, Dyke. He directs. Well, yeah, she was used by from what I understand, from what I'm being told, like she was used by Ike, and and then she found out she was being used, and she kind of like put herself off the map and like kind of disappeared, and then resurfaced again. She not like that name. She doesn't. I kind of doesn't want to associate that. Like it kind of soiled.
Yeah, it was a pseudonym anyway.
Yeah, but like I think we all went through something similar like that. Like I was never into David Icke. I looked into some of his stuff, but I wasn't like vehement. Like I wasn't like all into his shit. But
I read 3 of his books.
You read 3 of his books. See, like I was the type of guy. I used to be into all of it. Like I go look at Maxwell. I would just do a site. I would just go into all of them.
It's interesting though. In Ike's books, I mean, there's a lot of good information. Wherever he got it, there's a hell of a lot of good information, and then he throws in the curveball. A lot of people went for it, man.
Yeah. Oh, you know the people today?
There's still people on forums and chats like,
my God.
Queen transformed into like a 9-foot reptile in ceremonies and. Dude,
tell me about it, man. Yo, I got
wild.
I got on my YouTube page. I have that video up, basically talking about David Icke. To this day, man, I still get people saying, "You're fucking crazy. David Icke is a good, genuine man. He's helping the people." Like so many people like love that guy. I got like that video. Well, I got like 13,000 or maybe more.
It works.
Got a lot of views.
David Icke is
thousands of views. I'm like, wow, man, we really like David Icke.
You put Glenn in a video and it gets like 58 views.
Yeah, man. Like those videos I made, like the most I got was like, I think like 700 or 900. I get like around like average like anywhere from 200 to 400 or something like that.
I think mostly because you use popular movie and TV clips.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I try to use. I kind of like reflect the mirror back at them, but I'm trying to put the context. That's all I gotta. I'm working on like this. Try to make it more. Put it more of like. It sucks though if somebody doesn't have a premise, then it just looks like nonsense that I'm putting. But I'm trying to show you, hey, look at this, and I don't have like the time and space to explain in detail in allegory, man. Every time it's kind of fun. It's a lot of shit, man. A lot of.
Well, everything's related, interlinked.
Yeah.
So too much.
If you tried to describe it all and tried to put it all into words or into a language, you'd exhaust yourself and you'd lose it. You got a lot of the stuff you got to look at for yourself because every day you're starting to see it in words and actions and all around you.
Right.
And if you tried to, explain to someone, it's better to kind of just share the odd experience, or someone has a similar experience. I can relate to that, or that word, or the meaning of that, and why is that object called by this name. You could go on and on, but definitely it's all interlinked and it's all somehow functioning together, right?
Yeah, it's like that movie Holy Mountain, right? Remember when he does the ritual where he takes his shit and he takes his sweat, his DNA. And then, actually, before that,
the 12 people who are running, or the group of people who are running all powerful
remember before
industries in the world, and they're clones.
Yeah.
They're created from his shit machine. Right?
Yeah.
That's the big joke.
Remember before that though? When he's fighting the guy like crazy, and then the guy takes him and like stabs him in the back of the neck.
And they rip the medulla out of his neck.
And it's blue blood. You see that comes out.
It was gray. It was a big hunk of gray matter.
But I remember seeing blue blood, like the liquid was blue. But
yeah, when he got stabbed, it was blue.
Yeah, that's saying. I was explaining that to my. Yeah.
And then, but the guy sitting on the chair was seated at the pillars at Jack and Boaz, which you could refer to as Hal, and the woman with the, what do you call the symbol, the old DNA symbol from Egypt?
The old DNA
intertwined snakes.
Oh, the helix? Or
the double helix.
Double helix.
Snake on her back, and it was like he was battling against that mechanism, that machine, and then they cut her representing DNA and the memory, cuts the medulla out of his neck and rips it out of the back of his neck.
Yep. Yeah, man. See, like,
really
try to explain that to somebody, man. Like, somebody, try to explain. It's like, well, you gotta know that Neanderthals lived and cryogenic. You gotta explain all of that, and then it's like. That's why, like, instead of just explaining that stuff, just be like, just look at this premise and try to understand as much as you can this premise. That's the only way you'll be able, I think, to kind of, like, show somebody, I guess. Because it all relates to that premise, like, you know. But.
The only kind of people, from my experience, can explain this to are people that's already in the system. Pretty much.
Yeah.
They'll be interested.
You're right. You got to think, who is it? Is it even worth just trying to explain it to the average person?
Yeah.
Or should I go to like the send? Should I write this stuff down in a format, translate it, and give it to like the CEO of the biggest oil company in Brazil or something? Because maybe that would matter. You know, not just the average person on the street. What's the point, really? You know. I'll help him with any other task. Like, you need some help, just a daily task. Let me carry this for you. Let me buy you lunch or have a drink or whatever. Like, you can help average people in good, humane ways, but explaining this big picture is better off explaining it to big people within the system,
Yeah.
If you have the opportunity.
Yeah, I haven't had the opportunity, really. I mean, I've met maybe one or two people, but I really don't. All the people I see in the system is like.
Well, Facebook is a really good playground for this. So if you
the internet,
you just keep at it. I mean, Facebook to be more specific, or you can try others, but Facebook by far is. Facebook,
you can find all those guys, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm on there all the time, man. I'm talking with all these different people from everywhere. I mean, I discovered so many of these, like version 10 models of people, that, and you can just tell by the way they act, how they talk to you, like if they fall within a certain age group, there's just no way that you can tell that. You can just tell they're different from people within that age group.
YouTube's another community that you'll see all these types of people like. But there'll be people like, because a lot of people may confuse me with that group of people, because I'll be using, I'll talk about the wisdom and allegories, but like there's people who kind of come at it like, but they'll be like almost like for it, like they come at it like a religious perspective, like they actually, like I'll talk about Buddhism and all these things, but they come at it, but like they like from like they practice it, and I'm like, no, I'm objective about it. I'm like, I'm looking at it. I'm like, I accept that. That's true. That's true.
Yeah, but you're not at home ringing bells and shaking your head all day.
My balance clicking 5 times. I'm not doing these chants and om. A lot of these guys are out there, man. They sit there.
Oh yeah, man, they're doing it, man.
I mean, I don't know how often the city folks does this kind of stuff, but I mean, I certainly don't see in the suburb area or the rural area, but city folks seems to be a little bit different. I mean, they already know,
It's connected to YouTube, Facebook. They're all connected to each other.
You're talking about you're talking about the city folks?
No,
Facebook. Facebook.
Hey,
Facebook
there's
and
a
all those
city folk
networks
here right now on the phone. God damn it.
What happened?
I said there's a city folk on the phone, guys.
Yeah, I'm just trying to...
Oh.
What do you got? What do you got?
I mean, the city folks just want to get away more.
Mm-hmm.
Like because they're living in such a confined space, such a stressful environment. They just want to go within, I guess, just get away.
The city's good though, but people understand like New York City. From my experience, it's actually it's a great learning experience, man. Like, like this thing that I know other people like that I know who live in like say Midwestern towns. This thing that they just haven't seen. This thing you get opportunities to meet people from all over the world and different mindsets.
True.
And that's good for the first 20 years of your life. When you're young, your young 20s, that's good for that period, But then after a while, like, I guess you gotta kind of get out of that type of situation and go to like, I don't know, more of like a quieter setting because now you can use all those experiences, all those books you read, those people's lives that you read.
Mm-hmm.
You can use that.
Well, the thing is, when you're talking about moving out of a city, I mean, you don't necessarily have to isolate yourself like a hermit in the mountains or whatever. Like you can live out in a nice rural area. You're still only an hour and a half, 2 to 3 hours away from any city. And it's completely peaceful, isolated atmosphere.
Yeah.
City's always nice to visit every once in a while.
Yeah,
I visit every once in a while. Experience or company or whatever.
I go with Dana. Like I go with Dana. It'll be like going to Japan in a sense. Like we'll go out into the Japanese area. And we'll just talk to people from Japan, and they'll like
Really? You guys talk to people in Japan?
No, from
English?
Japan. Yeah, from Japan.
They speak with you in English? No problem?
Yeah. They work as like waiters, waitresses in the restaurants. It's just a whole Japanese area. It's all Japanese restaurants. So, we go to Flushing where it's all Korean, Chinese.
Okay.
It's basically another China in America.
Right.
San Francisco has another one like that, too.
There's one here. There's one here in Sao Paulo.
Yeah. Every place has a Chinatown.
Yeah, the one here in Brazil is the biggest Chinese settlement or Japanese settlement outside of Japan.
Yeah.
Okay.
When I was in Flushing, man, it's amazing the symbolisms that they use, man. Like they have big corporate buildings and like these big logos are like saying these logos are saying like so many things at once, man. Like it's like sometimes it makes me think like somebody up there in that high building, one of them has to know something, man.
Well, no wonder, like, you see a tower, an entire tower block of people working for, like, a bank. It's like, what is everyone actually doing in the high-rise working for one bank? Oh.
Well, like Glenn said, they're all given the script, their own part script to play. They follow, I mean, as long as they follow the script, the plane that they want where things to go will go through. So,
it's like an allegory of the world.
There's just no way that everyone can do their own thing and make the system still functional the way it is.
Yeah,
it's too big and complicated. So it has to be centralized. That's one absolute fact that I support.
The orders are definitely coming from one source, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because it couldn't work so perfect everywhere. I'm here in. I've traveled around the world and been to different places. I'm like, how can everything be functioning to a T?
Exactly.
Anyone who doesn't want to participate in that is poor or left out on the streets if they don't want to participate in that.
And everybody has to be monitored and on top of that, everybody has to be monitored 100% of the time.
Yeah.
The fact that not everybody within the system likes each other. They fight each other all the time, I'm sure.
John showed me
they're allowed to do that if they can further the agenda along the way. They can do whatever they want. But if the agenda gets out of the hand, then they have to pull the plug on them, one way or another.
Yeah, something like that just kind of happening here right now.
Yeah, so it has to be something similar to that.
Yeah, you guys seen any of what's going on here in Rio right now?
No, actually, no. You gotta keep us updated.
Yeah, we don't see what you see.
Then whatever.
Basically, a war started.
A war? What kind of war? Drug war? Drug war?
With the drug gangs in the slums here.
Another drug war.
Check it out. It's on the news. It's making world news now. But it was about Monday or Tuesday. There was a new security policy passed to clean out the slums a couple of years ago. And now I guess they want to enforce it to clean up the city because you got the World Cup. These are symbolic dates too. The Olympics in 2016, followed by London in 2012, right? To the southern hemisphere.
It's 2012, right? Not 2016.
2012 is London, and then
2016.
Yeah, and then the transfer will be to the southern hemisphere for the next first Olympic Games, in Latin America.
So it's going to be Latin America, 2016.
So it's going to be Rio.
Oh, really? Oh, okay, Rio.
And World Cup will be next year in 2014 as well.
Really? Oh, wow.
Yeah. And what they're doing is cleaning up the slums. So the gang started reacting against the security policy. So Monday and Tuesday, they started burning cars and buses on the streets, and it's like.
Well, sounds like it's orchestrated. They want them to react so that they can clean it up.
For sure it is.
Yeah.
So they want them to react so they can clean it up. Oh, dude, they built these gangs, man. The last 30 years, they built them and armed them, and they bring all the drugs in for them to sell and all the guns in for them to buy. It's all staged, sure. I know that.
Yeah.
But what is going on? They started burning buses and cars on Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday. They would just pull cars over and tell the passengers to get out, and then they gas them and torch them. And then it escalated all week, and then Thursday, Friday, yesterday, they brought in the Army and the Marines joined with all the police forces.
Okay,
and
so the military
did
get involved.
Morning, the Army's in the city, all the troops, because it was actually the Brazilian troop and Canadian troops who were working in Haiti.
Really?
But the Brazilian troops who came back from Haiti are now here in Rio that were dispatched. So everyone's joined up now, and they got these two big ass slums surrounded here, and it's everyone's just kind of waiting. What are they gonna do? They'll starve them out, just let them run out of food and supplies or whatever, or are they gonna invade it and big show gonna come down or something? We're just everyone's waiting. It was really quiet here. No one was going to work. It was all sunny today. No one. The beaches were empty compared to what it should normally be. Everyone's kind of staying in their own local areas and waiting to see what happens.
I see. Wow.
So, yeah, it could be. I don't know if they're gonna sweep it out, clean it out all at once, or because it's a big deal when they brought the Army and the Marines in for sure. They're gonna do something.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be similar to how they clean up Peru. When that Japanese prime minister or president took over Peru, that's how he did it. He kind of did a sweep without any rule or law. He just kind of went in there, told the military, clean the whole mess up.
Well, I guess it was even down here who they contracted, whose company they contracted to do security leading up to the Olympics. Rudy Giuliani's company.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
He
was here earlier this year as well.
That actually reminds me of something. I don't know if you've been watching on some of these computer software games, the 3D shoot 'em up games. A lot of them are actually made to design to the scenario is similar. It's located in Latin America where they have to hire all these mercenaries.
That's exactly it. They're in Latin slums, all the games, for sure.
Yeah, you got this. I think you have the SOCOM force or all these special military forces go down there to clean the slums out, like you said.
Yeah.
You have all these special, operational forces.
So I don't know. Yeah. We're waiting to see what happens now. They got these. There's two big, really big mountainside favelas. There's 1,000 favelas in Rio, which are slums, but they wanted to remove 40 by the time the World Cup and Olympics come. But they got these two really big ones surrounded now, completely surrounded, and they closed them off. And innocent people who live in there were like, waving white flags, like I'm not a drug trafficker kind of thing, like.
Right.
And so now it's just like the drug gangs, they joined together. There was two opposing gangs, but now they all joined. One slum fled over the mountainside into the jungle and joined the other, and now they just surrounded the whole area, and so we're just waiting to see what happens next.
Who are the leaders of these gangs? I guess you can't find that. It's probably too hard.
Yeah, they're just expendable, disposable people from, who are born into these slums, and there's no other option for them but to go into selling drugs and walking around with guns. The thing is, the gangs they have a lot of firepower, man. Like, they got everything, like grenades, missile launchers, huge, like, anti-aircraft machine guns and bombs. It's heavy-duty stuff, man. I'm far away. Well, not far away. I could get there in, about 40-minute drive, half-an-hour drive from here. But anyways, they just sealed off the one huge area, and everyone's just kind of waiting to see what happens, because they don't have enough police and army to seal off every slum in the city, which is what everyone's worrying about here. Because if they attack one slum, what are all the other ones going to do?
This is the government attacking the slum.
So do you think, like, the military understands the psychology of, like, who owns what group, what gang owns what, and they know what to manipulate what to get some certain
they do.
like that chaos theory, you know what I'm saying?
They definitely do.
Yeah. They know what to
follow the money trail. Very easy.
Yeah. I think it's not as easy as maybe in a U.S. city. It's a complicated thing here. It's a little more wild in a sense, and I think that's why they're finally
unpredictable.
They built them up, for the last 30 years, and they made a hell of a lot of money. The police and everyone.
Didn't the group get trained by the military? I remember you saying one of them.
No, not here. The gangs are just like, children who are born into those areas, and they grow up, and that's all they know. So you got guys
you don't have a voice
16,
unless you're part of
20-year-olds. Yeah, you got like 16, 20-year-olds like strung out on drugs with machine guns and stuff. And it's contained in an area. They know where it's contained in, right? But they have no way of controlling it now except exterminating it. They got to kill the monster that they spend the last 30 years creating, right? It's just, they'll probably put their own guys in after and keep the drug trade going, obviously, but it's just, everyone's been waiting for this the whole time, for years and years and years. And it just might go down. So.
Well, on the positive side, it sounds like this is a change for the better.
Yeah, I think it could definitely make the city a lot better, man.
Yeah.
There's no reason with these, like, when they grow up, they don't even leave these slums, man. They're on a hillside of concrete huts their whole lives, and that's all they know, man. It's
like
a machine gun and doing drugs, man.
I got you.
There's no reason.
You gotta watch those.
There's no reason with these guys, man.
You gotta watch the mentality, and it's interesting why the media even puts them on TV. Like, there's a show called Gangland on History Channel. Like, you gotta look at, after a while, you just catch on. You just see their role is to sell drugs. Like, that's what their job is, and almost create like a type of fear in society. But you gotta look at these people they put on, man. Like, they're like. They show them like these idiots, man. They're like, all I know is Crip, and that's it. And I'm like, man.
That's totally real, man. man. That's totally real.
Yeah.
Like, that's what they were born to do, man. Literally.
Yeah. Well, and you look at their names. I was watching one on the how they came out with the Bloods in New York, and there was a guy named Omar Porte. His name is OG Mac, and the other guy was OG Deadeye. And these names, man, Porte is a hub, and AE is male, female, and and the jail system, how it works, like it's interesting because the leaders of all these gangs usually in prison their whole lives, in prison. But like, you know how many they have direct, like anybody could come up to their cell, and basically tell them to give them instructions to give to the people, like in LA they have.
Yeah, here they have all these gang leaders. They're in prison, but they have like cell phones and radios, and they're calling out, man.
I mean, why
No,
would
but
they
they
want
like
to care though about what's going on?
They used to try to fight. I was listening to like I don't know if you guys are into 600 or anything like that.
600. What?
But 2600 is like this. It's like a radio show or slash. They have a magazine, but they have this radio show that comes on where basically they snitch on like cop technology, basically. Like,
oh yeah,
they'll be like, okay, so the cops are like doing this, right, with technology. So basically, I listen to it. It comes on like on Tuesdays or whatever, but I listen to it online. They were talking about how they are. Like, at first they tried to fight cell phones being smuggled in, but then after a while they just started working with COs and having the COs just sell the cell phones in jail, like be part of the sort of prison culture.
For sure, man.
Yo, it's crazy when you go to LA, Pelican Bay is like your Washington D.C. They just give. That's like where like all the orders come from for the people on the street. It's insane, man. Like it's like wow, like how they set it up, man. It's insane, like. To be like that.
Well, that's the thing is, it's organized, right?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like you gotta be out of your mind to believe that someone is controlling a gang on a cell phone in jail without the police and government not authorizing them to do that. Like give me a break.
They're receiving instructions inside when they're in prison, man. You could have whoever from another group, a high up group, can come inside that prison, tell them, hey, we want you to do this with this gang, or we're gonna kill you, or whatever.
Exactly, man.
Oh, man, they just direct access, man. They're not running around in the street, so it's easy to find them and access these leaders.
And torture them and whatever the fuck they want to do.
Yeah, man.
Well, they use them so that it adds another layer of basically, how do you say it, like scapegoats that they can use.
Yeah, right.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So people
the more
don't
layers
secure.
that they use, so the more layer or the more people that they use, the more they complicate things, they can always find a way out, basically. Create all these back doors.
Well, that's the thing. Everyone here, the public thinks it's some gang leader commanding these gangs to cause these attacks. But man, it's the police. They're holding the guy, and they know he's authorizing the gangs to start doing it. It's so staged, it's ridiculous.
So basically, the worst guys are the people that pretend to be on your side, basically.
Yeah, an interesting area where they have gangs. Really interesting is Chicago, man. Chicago and LA, like these are like LA is like known. The media even admits it. Like they like the start of drugs and gangs was from people in like CIA and shit like that.
Oh yeah, they're highly involved. I know the CIA for a fact that they use MS-13 around my area.
MS-13, you got to see that at 13 a number. But like MS-13, their role is pretty interesting because they're not as complex as like other gangs. They just kill for fun. They're really like they sell drugs.
I know for a fact that the CIA uses them around in this area.
Oh really? Oh wow.
Yeah.
Virginia. They're big in Virginia, and that's like government.
Betas, right? Those are like betas. Like they have the same like mental thing going on as like a beta would, or like a person who's just mind fucked, right? Like you're not like there's no self-worth whatsoever in your actions. Like your actions are just completely Like you have no
killing. You get
death
respect out of killing. Yeah, it gives you more like it's more about because when you look at like the Spanish mentality, like not all Spanish people are like this,
right?
But like there's a lot of like machismo and pride, and you can see how they can entwine that with in the MS-13. Like, well, you kill this person and you're like a Scarface. You're like killing is like a respect. Like it's not really about really how much drugs you get.
Right.
So that's more of like the Bloods. Maybe I guess Crips and stuff. They do like it's about because the drug is important to them, but like how you get respect is more of like
important.
Yeah, like the 5-star Blood General guy, 5-star Captain Campo, and they got the Crip OG, you know.
Right.
That same mentality is being used on people who play video games excessively.
Right.
Right.
I mean, that's even how it's used in the military, man. You know what somebody told me last night? I'm sorry, but last night somebody told me, he's like, yo, the reason why they can't catch Obama is because the CIA trained him. He's a CIA agent.
What do you mean they can't?
So like
catch
they know all
what?
the techniques. Like, what happened?
Wait, Osama? You said Osama?
Oh, no, Osama. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm like, what?
To me, these names represent. To me, these names represent like a roaming, like a roaming Geno. You're not referring to one person here. It's like a roaming Geno group.
Yeah.
You're not dealing with one person. That's why.
Yeah, like Osama OS is like an operating system. If you look up OS, computers operating system.
Exactly. Yes.
And Amma is Ami or friends.
It's a whole system you're dealing with. You're not dealing with one person here.
Yeah, that's how allegory
anybody
works.
on the media and tell them, hey, this is the gang leader. This is what we're looking for.
That's how when you read the Bible and you read the allegories like Abraham, these are not. This is a priesthood they're talking about. They're not talking about one person.
Yeah,
they're talking about a group of people. Ram.
Right.
They always like that's what I learned studying, like learning a little bit about Egyptian mythology. Just learning from that in Greek, like you start realizing that these concepts they're talking about, they're just making it like a person. But and that's how they like. I've been on forums where like they just work, like so many people. It's like a big thing now. Like a lot of black people are so into Egyptian worship. Like we come from the Egyptian king and all. But like I mean they're all proud of it, but like they're like a big part of it too, man. And it's. I thought it was just like I
mean, a lot of things people don't know about that is that's not even like in theory, that's more of a Middle Eastern country than just because of trade and how trade has affected that area because where it's located. It's not like sub-Saharan Africa, right?
Yeah.
Like it's a different kind of thing going on over there.
Yeah.
Where like there was a lot of trade. This is like BC time, like trade going on and jihad and a lot of manipulations going on. But and let me ask you guys a question. How do you feel about like the concept of religious freedom and the concept of a jihad? Like that doesn't really make sense.
Jihad's not religion. See, they got religion. They got
it's like your whole religious book says there is no religious freedom.
It's the double thing, right? Yeah, but jihad, it's so funny how they can talk about jihad, but like every religion has that sect. You can look at the Japanese and their religion, Buddhism, but then you got the ninjas, they're the fucking jihadists. And then they got the Knights Templars, they're the jihadists of their sect. I mean, that all kind of, what?
Polarity.
What?
I said polarity.
Yeah,
let's create that. So, it's got the two opposite, remember? So
they got the IRA. They got they got all these groups. Now, did you ever watch that movie, Brian? Dead Man's Shoes. It takes place in Ireland. It's a pretty good movie.
Sounds like Dead Man Walking.
But what's
I think
it about? Like
it's about a guy
the conflict in Ireland. Or?
Yeah, it's a guy like he's like a thief and he does a little thing, little hustler, and he gets recruited. I mean, he gets in trouble with the law, and they asked him to, to work for them to infiltrate like the IRA, because he grew up like they're all around and they're all IRA. That's like part of his life.
Yeah.
And he gets, and then they find out at the very end, like the guy who's in charge of the IRA is actually the guy who's linked, like part of the authorities, like a high, like a CIA type.
Yeah, that was a true story. They found out that the leader of the IRA actually was MI6 from England.
Yeah, exactly. And that's how
I tried to explain that to a guy. I knew a British soldier here who fought in Northern Ireland. And he was just like, one of the more racist people I've met in my life. He was complaining. I told him that one night, we were having a drink, and I said, remember, it came out in the British newspapers because he was from England. He's all proud being from England. That, they found out they killed the IRA leader, and then they realized they killed a British intelligence agent. And he couldn't answer me. It was like his brain shut down, He couldn't believe it, that both sides were just being staged.
Yeah.
And then it's interesting, like, look at the mafia. It kind of makes you think about the Italian mafia over here. Like, why so many of them, like, seem to be working with the always snitching or whatever. I think because a lot of them are actually FBI. Actually, really FBI agents.
At the beginning of time, they've all been FBI.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
They've all been like Langley and shit. Hold on, let me see.
That's in that movie Brother. Remember the guy, they show you the two brothers. One guy, he's actually like, one of the guys that's like, the guy that was running the Irish mob over there in Boston. It was like, actually like, with the FBI. He's actually manipulating both sides, kind of like to his own ends. Like he had people inside, and he had, but that might not even be the correct, how they represented that, how they showed that. It might not even be like that. Because I remember Glenn telling me, like, the way they show him, like how they show the mafia, like, he goes, he said he knew some guy that was inside or something. He goes, when you look in the FBI files, all you see is, like, John Gotti, and that's it. Like, they're not investigating these guys. That's just all for, like, the public, to keep them thinking, like, oh.
Well, yeah, all the police have is the same newspaper articles that we're reading.
Yeah.
They're not allowed to investigate.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, man.
No,
I'm trying to explain that.
No, I was saying that formula is it added a piece of the equation, because I realized I went to work for these dudes that worked for the celebrity Pharrell. You guys are familiar?
Pharrell from Neptunes, yeah.
Neptunes, right? All right, so I was working for them, right? I was doing environmental sourcing, because remember I told you I was studying disaster and whatnot. So I was I was ordering like organic cotton, and like I was sourcing all the things for this clothing line, or rather this textile brand called Fine Yarn, right? And the way they operated was like really around that whole fucking golden ratio shit y'all were talking about earlier. So I'm sitting here like replaying, like looking at old emails, like trying to see exactly how their infrastructure is working, and I realized there's just like several principles like that they all operate on. It's like remove control, right? Remove your own control. Then remove your choice, right? So you remove choice, then you increase your control, then you automate, and you repeat that cycle, and that's generally what they're sort of doing. It's pretty interesting. I'm bugging out. Like I've been sitting here with the chalkboard for a while, doing like basic algebra with really funny ratios and shit.
When you look at them and that's interesting looking at them on that perspective, but then you go even step back even further and you look at these groups all controlled by remember the think tanks, man, like, and then like it's like everything like I remember you were telling me like Pharrell, that guy, like his whole thing was like something about saving the planet, or going green, right? Something like that.
Yeah. That's right.
And that's like, that's how it is now. Like in this industry, if you want to make some money, you got to be going green. Like that's how they make you will their will. They're like they say, if you're gonna make money, you're gonna have to do this. Like they put the values and like it's crazy, man, how they can just lead everybody because they pay you to do it. They pay you to go that direction.
I know. I've realized that, but I'm like, I'm looking at the optional part of it is like how to still really keep the freedom. Like, what do you have to actually do to keep the freedom? Maintain control, not like be like a hermit or like it's just going to be a flow back and forth. Like you literally will have to go from removing your range of choice and do it.
Well, I think anybody who gets paid money is supporting the agenda, some shape or form.
Yeah,
but it's degrees of it, man. Try to do the less degrees as possible. Like me, I work in the alcohol area, and I'm like, and I see. I mean, I'm not putting up the ads, and I see what all the ads do, man. Other ads that anything to get you to not think about reality, just to get you away from reality into that little fantasy world.
Right.
That's what it's all about. And you see all the symbols, and I'm serving people alcohol, man. Like I don't do it personally. Actually, sometimes, like when they come in, ask for help, and I show them. But like, and I do feel guilty about it, man. I do feel like I'm like, damn, like this is.
But I mean, you know, it's like education reform, right? That's just like privatizing education, right? So it's like that's what I'm working on now. Like I moved away from the going green, so like I'm developing credentials for that because the power formula is just basically work over time. Work is just credibility indicators, so you can generally do anything if you have a bunch of credibility indicators in a specified period of time. So I'm sitting here trying to like make myself look like this like fucking ill educational guru. Like I got like I joined Toastmasters. I don't know if you guys know what that is.
Not really.
Toastmasters? Oh, the
Toastmasters? No, Toastmasters. It's like a public speaking group, but there are degrees in it or of it. But so like I've been getting these public speaking engagements for educational reform or whatever. One in Atlanta, one in whatchamacallit. I'm just trying to like figure out how to not so public about it. So I'm trying to figure out how to automate it so I can actually have some freedom away from privatizing education, or because being how do I say it? The dropout crisis is big in the African American community. So being an African American male, right, I'm able to sort of use that lane as a means of saying, okay, I know how to solve the dropout crisis. So it's just weird shit going on. Like it's all the same.
The dropout,
no matter what you huh? Nah, no matter what you do, like it's all good. Like you can do anything. It just has to be within one of those speculative agendas.
Like and those, like they can make people feel guilty. Like remember they tried telling me that, like, oh, you'll become narcissistic, you're African, you're black, and you're dropping out of school. But like they always like they can never figure out this problem. We just got to put more money into school, and it just keeps getting worse. And because you don't put money into education. John Taylor Gatto said it the best. You don't put money into that. Like, as soon as you put money into something, you devalue it because it's a business now, and so they can't afford for you to be educated. Actually to know anything. They can't afford that, so they want you being dumb. It's a business, man. I spoke to so many teachers, ex-teachers. They don't even give a shit, man. They just there for the money, man. They don't care what you learn.
Yeah.
Some of them may actually believe. Some do. Some are like, yeah, they care. But like, I remember what my teacher told me, my professor, when I went to LaGuardia with you. I remember what he said. He goes, Jerry, education, it doesn't end here. It's something you do on your own. Like, it's ongoing.
Right.
All this shit is like paperwork and formal shit, just to make them, because that's what people respect. They respect the power of the word, man, and the written word and shit. So like, if they see it on paper, it's real.
It's just a way for them to standardize things. Like I said, it's all about monopoly. Once they create the system, and then implement the monopoly, then they have total control of the system. They can do pretty much whatever they want.
Like I don't even care what type of job I have right now, man. Like Washington
Post owns a lot of privatized fucking schools. Like Like
the media.
The media owns. No, serious. Like the Washington Post makes most of their money. Like Kaplan Test Prep, Kaplan University. That's all Washington Post. Like all of
school is
Washington Post. Huh?
A lot of people I know.
It's crazy.
A lot of people I know who are in university or they have all sorts of degrees and bachelors in this. I mean, they talk like they're the media almost, you know. They tell me about the news. That's all they talk about. I'm like, I don't talk about something different, you know.
I know a guy who went to I forgot the name of the school, really good school, and he graduated, he got his paperwork. He's a stockbroker, and he told me he wrote a letter. He showed me a letter, basically wrote a letter to the school saying thanks for nothing because he didn't learn anything from them. He actually really learned how to
for nothing.
Yeah, that's what he said, because he actually really started learning about the stock market when he started learning about, Rothschild and banking and how it really worked. And he's like, these guys don't even fucking know. He goes, it's all, you know what he does all day, man? I couldn't do that. Like, he just sits in his computer at home and looks at numbers all day.
Yeah.
That's wild, man. I'll kill myself.
Looking at the stock chart. Changing their value up and down or something like that?
Yeah, man. It's just numbers, man. Pythagoras, man. It's just numbers.
It's like day traders.
Yeah. That's insane, man. That's insanity, man. And
then with 10 different charts changing in real time based on these numbers so that they can get a...
Yeah, like he invests his own money. He has his own investment, so he'll
Right.
So it's his own money. So if he loses, he's fucked. Like he'll invest money, and it's like psychology too. It's basic psychology. It's like, well, if it's everybody's selling, then sometimes you have to buy because it could be like some. But it's really anybody who has inside information, man. Who knows? There's people who are given inside information and they know something before anybody else. I think it kind of filters out. I guess it's all part of what society you're part of. If you went to Yale and you're in this, so you guys get this. These guys in this group, they get this type of information or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Yo, I'm gonna keep it real. Like when I actually got into Columbia, right? I realized that the whole fucking system of that shit is set up for people who are plugged in. Like, if you're plugged in, I don't even know how to explain what that means, but there are you can go to those schools and get a 4.0 and do no work. But if you're not plugged in, then you're doing an immense amount of work. Like, you join a frat. You join a frat in a Ivy League school, right? Now, you can't. Some of them you can. I wouldn't have access to probably half of them there, right? But other kids would because they are plugged in or their parents were plugged in, right? Now, these classes these are not adjunct professors, so the professors aren't switching. These are the same professors every year to year, same classes, right? Same syllabus because they've been experts for X amount of years or whatever each professor. So you have a situation where, let's say, in theory, two kids, upperclassmen and a freshman, take the same class, right? And then two girls in a sorority that's connected to their fraternity take the same class, right? But they already have the notes because last year or last semester, somebody else in their frat and sorority took the same class. They're doing nothing the whole semester. They literally are not taking any notes. They're not really showing up to class and leaving with the best scholarships and the best GPAs.
Yeah,
top universities.
I totally, that's there's always loopholes around whatever their system creates, for their own people. I mean, even I don't even see what's the point for them to even learn anything because, if you think about it,
it's just a big mind fuck, man. They take a lot of your time, those people. When you go to school they're taking a lot of your time, man. They're wasting it.
I know,
really, because you end up owing them.
No, the crazy part is it's literally
the same thing.
It's like rich, It's like rich dumb kids. Like the rich dumb kids are hiring the smartest poor kids.
Yeah,
that's what the Ivy League.
Because they'll work the hardest.
That's the purpose of an Ivy League school is the rich dumb kids hiring the poor smart kids.
Yeah.
Well, it's for them to know, get to know one another. You know, for the poor kids, they're to actually learn whatever they're trying to actually teach and train to them.
Actually, really, it doesn't.
But here's the thing.
You know what? Like, it'll be like
rich kids don't do that because they can implement. I think, you know, on the technology side, they have something that they can implement into their system, into their brain, where, you know, they can pass any test, anything that they want to learn or do. You know, they have a real-time connection, and that's how some people are so good at test taking.
No, what Gato talks about, like the people who, like more elite children, like they have a total different education.
Every
like,
system, right?
Like it's more like their mind's more open. Like it's like things that I started learning recently. Like they learn this stuff.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you some shit that really made me. I started going to class. Like I had to leave Columbia. Like I couldn't stay there. Like that shit was bugged the fuck out. But like I had to. Like, I just got observant. Like, for a semester, I really wasn't doing much work. I was just being very observant. That's how I was able to catch on to, like, the fraternity shit. And, like, this is the shit that opened my mind right here. We're sitting in a disaster class, and there's, like, a map up, but there's nothing on the map but a bunch of dots, all right? Mm-hmm. And the dots represent tornadoes. So this kid sitting next to me, he always comes in class late, so he just looks like a slacker. He always sits in the back, right? And he's not even doing work for the class. He's doing Chinese work. It's like he's sitting there writing Chinese. So out of nowhere, this motherfucker looks up and says, oh, all those tornadoes are by riverbeds, and names every riverbed, like, on the map everywhere. Like, and there's no riverbed there. Like, he just names them off the top, like it was water. And I'm like... this is just bug. This is just some bug the fuck out kind of system right here.
Exactly. They have ways to cheat the system. It's very easy with technology. They implement it inside their ear cavity or something like that. They implement it and they can, you know, they have plugged in directly like not this knowledge base like Google, things like that. All these books that they're scanning, they all go into central location, and all that stuff are plugged into. If people that are plugged in, they have instant access to anything that they want. They can retrieve. It's like this Pala system that Convo's talking about. I'm sure it's probably already implementing a lot of people already.
Do you remember?
Well, they show that a little in the Matrix when they're just downloading some information.
Exactly. They can somehow learn everything, or they can somehow cheat through tests. You know,
it's not exactly the same as that.
You know what I think?
What are you saying?
I think like what John Taylor Gatto was saying, like when you're a young kid, right, and they tell you things like and they show you things. Okay, we'll drop you off in the middle of this country, and we'll all meet up at this place. Like when you learn things like that, like you see a wholeness to things. You see things that were like with somebody who has a high school education, public school, and they won't see that. Like it's all compartmentalized in their brain, and like it's more of like that's more close to the primitive thinking, like because they saw a wholeness to everything. It was everything, like even past, present, and future there was no distinction between that. In that, with people of the past, it was just one. It was a now. They're coming out now. Eastern people who like Oprah, they're saying, "Oh, the now." You know, like and there's a truth to that because there is an eternal now. It's always an eternal now.
It's one long day. It's not. There are no separate real fucking.
Friday,
it's one
Tuesday,
long
Wednesday.
day.
It's all bullshit, man. I mean, you go try telling that to somebody listening to Amazon. Yo, you know today's Monday, but I look at you like, what? Monday?
Right.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's all
right.
like
These are just things that, I mean, it's just obvious. Like, these things are used to create, like, that's what a nation is. A nation is just a bunch of days, like, right? Like, like Chinese New Year versus our New Year. Like, what the fuck is the difference? There's no real difference, right? It's just different days.
It's just code
people have
for people in the system.
Like all this is like St. Augustus's way of fucking immortalizing himself, right? July is St. Julius Caesar's way of immortalizing himself. Like these are just weird things going on. That
It's order. It's order. It's total order on the people, but it's a code system for the people who are working for the system. Like they just see all these are candles. It's all like a code.
I was looking at
and it's all these allegories, all these things in the computer's mind. How? Because it's thinking 4, 5, 6 dimension probably. It's all like sort of like mathematical sequence in its head. A good allegory story is called Understand by Ted Chiang. Well, I don't know how you Chang. It's Chiang. You can see it on this site called RadioArchive.org. You can find that, and it's all BBC, like plays, classic plays, and you'll see like there's this one story. This guy who like becomes this genius, and like he's like sees himself thinking, man. Like it's insane. Like it's just all like it gives a clue as to the mind frame of what this computer is capable of. It's a sick. It's like geniuses within the genius.
What are y'all talking about? Like remote viewing or some shit?
No, like it's just like it's a advanced type of brain. Like
I'm sure there's a way for them to activate those dormant genes within themselves. So that
we do have it. We're all like Neanderthals and shit. We have like mean, you got guys like Stephen Hawking.
Right. I'm just saying that they hold the secret on how to activate all this.
Yeah, probably.
So whenever they need somebody, they can either activate them or make them do a beaker. Right from the start. So
I think it's a type of thinking process too. Like why are like Asians, right? Every Asian I know, right? Like a lot of Asians that I know that I see in Long Island, they all go to Stony Brook. It's all Hindu. It's all Oriental. And you'll ask them, what do you win? They're all like a lot of them engineering numbers, very numerical.
Yeah, let's understand. I mean, I don't think Oriental. You're referring to Middle Easterners, right? Or that's what.
No, not Middle. It's really Hindu and like Japanese, Chinese.
Okay, you're
talking about like people from like the Indian region, right?
Like Oriental.
Okay, Orient is referring to the Middle East.
Orient? The Oriental?
Orient. The Orient. You remember the Grand Orient?
Yeah, Grand Orient.
That's referring to Middle East, not Asians, not East Asia or South Asia, well, maybe part of South Asia, but India, you're South Asia.
Orient means
China, Taiwan, Korea, Japan. That's East Asia, and then you have Southeast Asia. That's Philippines, Indonesia. I just want to standardize the term we use so we can better be more accurate on what we're talking about. Yeah, that's very important.
Yeah, because I've seen, Orient. When I looked it up, it said East. That's why I thought, Oriental, Eastern.
Okay. No, it's not. I don't think so.
But Middle Eastern, I think
Middle Eastern is Orient. The origin, when this started, or Central Asian or something like that. So Central Asia all the way to Israel, that's probably considered Orient. To Turkey, that whole region.
Let me see.
That's just another term to describe it. The Orient, the origin,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a good link. Orient.
I don't know if that's making sense to you. Yeah.
Yeah.
India, part of India is also referred to that. I mean, since Pakistan was originally India, so.
Because this is right here. It goes Orient. Look at Oreo, a large bare recessed window. Oh wow, Orient. It comes from Orion, Orient, rising as the sun, Eastern, bright, shite, the East, pertaining from or situated in the East, a native of the East.
Well, from the West perspective, yeah, it's all East.
Oh really? Oh, but I don't consider the Middle East the East. I consider it the middle, media, or Persian.
Right. Yeah. So our perspective is also to direct, right?
I'm
sorry?
Orient is also to direct towards a particular direction or object. When you direct something, you orient it, right?
Yeah. Oh,
yeah. Right.
Oriented. So when they say disoriented, they're kind of like.
Yeah.
Wait, so when you say wait. Y'all got to bring that back on me. I lost y'all on that. Bring that back because Orient is 1/4 of that Boyd theory. Orient is 1/4 of that Boydian OODA loop.
Oh, I'm not familiar with that. So
It's no. That's why I'm saying break down what you guys were saying, so that way I can sort of try to tie it in, because that's the actual its orientation, but in essence they saying that basically to orient. Basically, I'm gonna bring you through the loop quick, and then you can try to put your spin on it with how you guys look at words phonetically. The observation.
You have or in there. Or is linked to. I remember Tom told me that ore is linked to underground. It's a mineral, and they used it to make swords. Swords, and you can look at that kind of mystic or allegorically. Swords they're making words with these ores and shit.
The orientation piece is
orientation. Yeah, all that stuff is related.
It's linked to words. You see what? It's linked to speech. You see that shit? And in origin, I remember I was telling Glenn this. Origin is Negro backwards. You see the word Negro when you look at it backwards. Origin.
Wait, what?
When you see the word Negro and you say it backwards, it's origin.
It's got extra I in it.
Yeah, extra I. Yeah, extra I. The I is probably
the
how.
I basically means AA, 88. So the original Africans were hermaphrodites. Is that what?
The original Africans, I'm looking at what color were they? They weren't black. Hermaphrodites.
That's really good actually. I like that. I really like that right there. I'm gonna use that in one of my seminars.
That's
dope shit.
That's interesting how the original Africans, right? I mean, before the black ones, what color were they? They probably weren't even it wasn't even black or anything like that. I'm thinking about that.
Just dark brown. Dark brown to
brown?
Brown
came later.
It's all different shades of brown or tan or whatever. But it's not exactly where exactly they live. I mean, I'm sure if they live directly, in the desert area or something like that, it's gonna be a little bit darker. But I don't know originally. I don't know when the Sahara Desert formed, basically, because 60,000 years ago, I don't think it was a desert, was it? You have any idea?
I'm sure. I don't know. Because you think cause that's another study I'd love to get into, how the world formed and how, because the conditions are totally different, man.
Yeah, totally different. And remember Glenn talked about the Amazon woman? It was actually North African Medusa or something like that. I forgot about all the details, but
that's their god. That's
so
part of the religion.
Amazon related. It's got to be a jungle or a rainforest sometimes up around the North African area. It wasn't a desert originally.
Yeah.
Desert was formed somehow when I guess the flood came in or something like that. When they flooded the area, perhaps for a period of time. Yeah. I don't know if the Mediterranean was created. Probably it was. If you look at Spain and Morocco, that's what do you call that strait? That opening that goes into the Mediterranean Sea. They probably knocked that area out, just like how they flooded the Red Sea. I mean the Red Lake, and then it became the Red Sea.
You should go.
The Red River became the Red Sea.
Yeah.
Well, Amazon. You mentioned Amazon being a river too. It's also that race of female warriors.
Yeah. Cut off the breast.
Yeah. So basically, it was originating Africa, not the real Amazon. Not the current Amazon that we know.
So everything here is named after everything from the system, all the cities, river names. It's all religious system.
Yeah, you guys looking at these words, orient or original. It tells it's really telling, man, because you got Oreo, that's mulatto. A lot of people call. And you got Oreo, Orion. Oriole is a bird, man. They love birds. Ori sun is a prayer. It comes from the Latin and French.
It's oraison, prayer.
And Amazon is pretty interesting too. Amazon got a Mason, a Zion, or a Zion, or a Zion. If you change one of the A-E-I-O-U into I. You got Amazon, Amazon.
Yeah, Amma.
Zion, Ma Zion, or Ma Zion.
Azon.
Yeah, Ma Zion.
Yeah, it could be that. Yeah. When you start looking at these words, man, and start playing with them, man, like you'll start seeing like a word to tell a story.
Yeah, he's on the right track. I mean, definitely. I don't know how much I mean, Glenn never claimed that he decoded completely. So
no, it's too much, man.
Yeah, it's too much. I mean, he didn't break the code completely. He broke like a good portion of it, I guess.
I don't like. It's a code that's like it evolves. This code and it changes, and it's like a 3-dimensional type of code, man. It evolves. It's not looked at. It's not like a basic, reading the code in a use a chart and read this. It's like it works with ancient knowledge. It works with it's an intuitive type of code, man. That code is not. It's not. It's. I mean, you have to have the key. The part of the key is like in your own spine, of figuring out that code, because it'll like you'll be looking at words and like you'll tap into that bigger picture. And you're like, oh shit, and you'll see. It's like looking at words and like a big puzzle, but you're not seeing the puzzles in your mind, the pictures in your mind, but you're seeing this piece right here, and you're like, and like the rest of it fills out in your mind, like how it all connects to that. It's insane, man. It's insane, and like totally different type of thinking, totally way different looking at things, man. Totally non-linear. That's how did you watch Possession, Brian?
No, haven't watched that one yet.
Well, if you watch, or even what's another one? Possession, or like Possession. They put the stuff in there, but it's totally non-linear, man. It's not. There's no order to it. Like there's a little bit of order in it, but like it. But you'll see like the things that he puts in there, and it's not like how they make regular it's a surreal movie. Like surrealism, I mean I like surrealism is it's not that bad to me because there's actually a movie somebody told me to watch called Eraserhead, and I bet that has a lot in it. But these movies are like they'll like put it in a total nonsensical, it seems, but they're actually telling you a lot more than some movies because they put it in that way, and it looks totally like gibberish to people. A lot of people don't like. I mean, surrealism, even the art that you show me from that's surreal art. They say it's like that's like more surreal. Like there's a guy named big surrealist. I looked at his Dali. Yeah, he's like a Basque and shit, man. You gotta see who was funding him. Like I was looking at the guy who was like behind him. This old man with long hair, long beard, dressed up as a girl, long neck. Not dressed up as a girl, but like a priest with long. I was like, wow, man, a priest is behind art and shit. But yeah, his art, man. They'll have shit that's like what? Like it's just their messages, I guess,
Yeah, I'd say Dolly has some real like coded looking fucking shit. Melting clocks and things and such.
Yeah, that's telling you something. The clock is what? The time is irrelevant. It's so many. Yeah, you can like just look at it and just use your own.
Maybe time is not as concrete as you think it is, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's almost a training because.
Exactly. Sands of Time. Prince of Persia.
What?
They depict time as being sand. Sands of Time. They're not very
right.
You said, yeah.
Like that's in that movie, Brian, and Rainbow Thief. At the end, the guy loses his dog. The dog is a puppet. It's a dog priest. That's why he's like holding his hand. He's like, dog. He's a puppet. And then his name is Kronos. Though he's alive though at the end. And like they were basically saying something about Kronos is time in Greek. So they were saying like they still got time. Somebody still has time. He's saying, I think. But like another art, it's actually psychological, but kind of art work. There's it's psychological and it's like artsy. Gestalt, man. When you look, notice how Glenn looks at consonants. That's total Gestalt method of looking at the consonants. That's if you want to know how to look at these shapes and kind of see these things in them, it's like learning Gestalt, man. Because Gestalt it's a form. It's like a format. It's like a way of looking, seeing like a wholeness in things.
Well, in a way, we are just Sam. I mean, eventually we're going to turn back into Sam.
Yeah, we're all going to come back to that wholeness.
All crystal, sand, all these other elements that makes up the sand.
Yeah, if you want to learn about like that type of thing, like wholeness, Lapsi, Tao or Taoism, he talked all about that, Lapsi.
Mm-hmm.
He was pretty good at that, man. I want to look more into his shit. So much shit, man. I mean, you can't do it all.
Yeah. But with being random is definitely the idea. Keep the interest up. I mean, I don't like sticking on one subject for too long.
Yeah, me too, man. Like,
jumping around,
like circulate.
Yeah.
Like what I'm doing now, I've been looking at words and reading. I would love to just go and look at landscapes like Brian is doing, man. I would love to go and do some shit like that, or maybe I maybe look into stuff playing with sound, man. Maybe I don't know.
You said go play with sand?
No, sound.
Sound?
Yeah,
oh
like
no,
play,
I've been doing a little bit of mind fuckery with some sound frequencies and shit.
That's really important. I know Brian and Dana know all about that stuff because they play instruments. So and music is important because it's part of the illusion. It completes an illusion. Like when you're looking at a visual in a movie, you're seeing something.
Right.
And they play a sound to
without sound, without special effects, the movie becomes very bland.
Yeah.
No meaning.
But sound is very important in the larger respect to the Big Bang, because that's how the whole sound was being played. And no matter how loud nature makes sounds, it's never really disturbing like it is, like with artificial sounds that people make.
Mm-hmm. Well, it sounds like it's going to these religions, New Age teachings again, but it's like we're on the track of it, but we're not going through the path that they defined. They kind of twisted these kind of knowledge around somehow at some places, or they lie by mission or things like that. So I can't, like I said, we can't really say everything that they teach us is wrong, but they have all the secrets. Yeah. They keep it. They keep the stuff.
It's scattered it's scattered in different fields.
It's also scattered.
So if you become a science genius, right? If you become a science genius, then you're definitely missing most of the shit that might be in the mind of an English genius, right?
Yeah, that's what science is. Science is to make something a science is to reduce it. Taking out, because that's when you look at the word science and just track that word and it's linked to the word constant, constant. You'll just see science is totally linked to Neanderthal, because that's what they were. They were just scientific geniuses, and then they made a priesthood that were scientific priests, man. I've read, they got science fiction stories where I've seen one science fiction story where they would use these priests, so they'd be like a temple, but they would be using straight up scientific terms. They'd be the holy beaker, the holy scientific things, scientific tools, and they were kind of giving the impression, these priests are actually scientists.
Right.
Yeah.
Shit's crazy.
Dana, you there yet? No, he's not. Who's on right now?
I'm here. Yeah, let's do a census.
So Dana, it's me. Who?
No Don.
No Don.
No Don. No Don. Okay. Who's that?
That's Don. Brooklyn.
Don?
Yeah, Don. Don's here.
Don. Okay.
I think he spoke.
Well, who's new? Should introduce themselves. I personally don't know. I only know Brian and Jar right now, and I guess the rest of it I'm not really familiar.
Yeah, you spoke to
I don't know how long you guys been talking to one another, but I mean, it'd be good to know everybody.
Yeah, I'm John. I'm a kid from Brooklyn. I met Jared at LaGuardia, sort of, and huh?
Yeah, that was years. That was how many years ago was that?
That was like 5 years ago.
Yeah, 5 years. That's how it kind of all started.
Huh? So you guys know each other for 4 or 5 years now?
Yeah,
4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
I sort of like was into like I was sort of just discovering and doing little manipulations in the school, sort of
right.
like little things like I wanted to know what people were in like different fraternal organizations, so I would write like something in a school journal and put some coded just quote somebody that only somebody who would be in a certain organization would know to see who would actually say something to me, like stuff like that. So I started to see who's around, right? So like they would actually start saying, "Oh, are you this?" No, I'm not. I don't know anything about that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the kind of stuff I've always been into. It's sort of like with the understanding I haven't really been running from it. I've been just sort of like trying to take it and, you know, get a higher level of comprehension.
Mhm. Right.
You know, and that's generally it. And that's how I met Jared. I was like, yo, there's like some weird shit going on in the school, blah 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 blah. And you know, he's
like,
took
yo,
it to a whole nother level.
And this and that, and they worship Lucifer, and I'm like, at the time, like, I don't even know about. And I'm like, and I started getting into it, and I'm like. And that's what it kind of really intrigued me, like these people who like doing some secret shit. Like I knew it. I knew motherfuckers were doing something behind my back. And I started looking into it. And fucking, I never, you know, Alex Jones and the whole shit, and then just started opening up.
It goes from there. Yeah, and that's pretty much my thing. And then I started getting into like just general. Okay, well, if there are systems, then there's obvious manipulations, right? So, like, let me just take the things that they're teaching just openly and see how I can twist and distort these things. So, like, you know,
I came at it from a different angle. I came at it, I was like, you know, activist. Like, I want to do something about this shit. I want to, you know, hinder this shit. And I was... Cause that shit that you remember, you used to bring those books to school, man. Remember?
Yeah, I know.
To bring like Art of War and shit, man. But that's just like I'm hearing like 50 Cent is talking about shit like that on like he's like promoting it like on BBC interviews, and he's always like, oh, he's like, I met Robert Greene, and you know, he's like, I didn't expect him to be the type of guy when I met him, and he's like using all these, you know, Art of War, whatever things in that. Like it's like new to him. I'm seeing. It's just new to him.
Yeah, he wrote a book with Robert Greene actually, but it was trash. It was like the most trash book I ever read in my life. It was like I will never buy a Robert Greene book ever because of this book that he wrote with 50 Cent.
It
was horrible.
Yeah, he wrote. So he did that. And, so like when you look at the industry, like it's so the rap. I mean, I guess you know Brian, you probably seen it firsthand. And Nodos, you've seen it. I'm saying like it's just like you see the methods that they use. Just like anybody else, they have a media. They call them. And they are all like they, you know. There's so many different not branches, but like different names. But of all the like Smack DVD, these are all like their own type of like media. And you gotta see them like they be talking about like the shit that they talk about, like when they get interviews and like it's just it's like the whole world is like about this music, yo. It's like it's insane, like this music industry, like. It's such a small, it's the whole universe, man.
You know what it is? It's like a manipulated concept based on, like, them understanding genetics. That shit is straight up void. Like, it's like if you have a situation where in Africa, right, the social structure is there's hierarchy, right? And the hierarchy is at the top you have an aristocrat, you have the king, then you have the aristocracy, then you have these griots, and then you have slaves, right? You have the main populace, and then you have slaves. The griots were the people who controlled the main populace, right? A griot was someone in West Africa, and like the tribes usually, who, because there was no Eurocentric language system, right? So there's no written language, right? So the way you actually keep history going is through these people that are griots. So all that song and dance, like the fact that there's like rhythm, right? That rhythm is not based on like just people knowing how to rap, right? It's based on like you had to transmit history to people.
Yeah,
so let's say
that's
you
how
actually,
it was. Yeah.
Like,
or just localized knowledge, like you're saying.
Right.
Yeah, it's a coded structure.
Well,
if you take these people though, right, and you strip their history, you strip everything from them, but they still have that genetic rhythm, right? So they're using this shit in slave camps, right, and you're seeing it, and people are snitching in slave camps and shit, and trying to use it. Then you realize, okay, well, why don't we give them history? Like,
but
give them a culture.
Yeah, but you're missing something too, though. Like that system, that rhythmic dance. You're right about that. Like that's how they communicated, like how to give birth through dances. But what the system did, they kind of took that and redirected it. Like that's what ballet and all these other these other dances. They're all like a coded structure. Like in Shinto, they have this thing called the mimic dance. This one goddess came, because the sun god came in a cave, and basically there was darkness in the world in that religion. And so all the people got together. They got a tree, this tree, put it in front and put mirrors on it, and they fooled this lady, and they did this dance to get the sun to come out, basically. And that dance is like what the priesthood, who's like claimed to be directly descended from these guys or whatever, and they do this dance, and this dance is just like a coded message. But this dance, the thing that's wrong about this dance is that it's showing you a dance after the Ice Age. It's a manipulation of what happened before the Ice Age. Before the Ice Age was something different, But like they're like taking it, and men are doing these dances when it was like really a female thing. That's why females are so like, they all want to dance, man. They all want to. It's in their genes, man. They all have to like express that somehow, man.
You talking about the natives, the Aboriginals?
They're like
all the Aboriginals.
The Africans, the Japanese do it. Everybody, But like,
you're talking about the original dance though for Clan Mother.
Yeah, the Clan Mother.
The Aboriginal. That came later.
And so like these dances, man, like there's a good movie, that movie Possession. I was telling Brian about it. Like there's a scene in there like where this weed man is like manipulating this girl, like fucking with her, abusing her, to make her stay in this pose, this ballet pose. That's a very important scene, because that let me know this dude, he really knows what's going on. Because that ballet, Glenn was telling me, is the furthest away from creation or nature. It's the furthest away from that.
What is it?
It's because it's all form. Like when you ask any girl that you know, because most girls, they go to these studios and they do ballet, and it's like a code how they do it. Like this is this, that.
It's supposed to be like taking energy from below and raising energy up. That's what they do.
Yeah.
So raising it away, taking it up, instead of keeping it where it should be. And that original dance was almost like like belly dancing. And that was showing the women, for the ones that were learning, coming of age when they could fertilize themselves. They were showing them how to go about doing that, and without having to talk, just visually. So
interesting.
That's why I thought, if you ever notice, belly dancing is like, it's the thing about belly dancing, right? They're showing the belly, it's a movement. They just sexualized it and did it all like the gypsy way and everything, but that's what that dance was originally.
Yeah, like look at Japanese, Agura. Yeah? Was
This
it Doug?
Jared? Yeah, what's up?
Oh, it's Doug. Nodos is here. Nodos, he remembers you. Remember we were on his, this thing.
Oh, yeah.
Mike?
Huh?
Yeah, I want you should tell everybody about, because I was kind of telling Doug about, like, how it's basically universities and secret societies, and he kind of started seeing that shit on his own. You should tell him that story though. It's pretty.
Yeah, all I gotta say though is fucking crazy. Anyway, so do you want me to tell you like the story word for word how it really went down?
It's up to you.
All right, I will. Is that you laughing in the background, or is D here?
Who?
I'm here, but I'm not laughing.
Who keeps laughing?
I don't know.
I don't hear anybody laughing.
I don't hear anybody laughing.
Wait, who's that?
There's like 5 people on right now, I think.
All right, whatever. Okay, so I have a biology teacher. I'm in a big lecture hall. The lecture hall, I don't know if anyone goes to college here, big-ass classroom. So he's kind of crazy, and he has like a really weird life. He grew up in one of those church schools, ceremonial. I don't know what they're called. So he's talking to us about our oral reports and speaking in public. And he pulls out a piece of paper to go to tell us, and he goes, "Oh, I can't read you this. This is a ceremonial piece to a secret society I'm in." And keep in mind, I'm in a big lecture hall. Me and the girl next to me are the only people that are like, "What the fuck is this say?" Right?
Mm-hmm.
So I go to text Jared, and Jared goes, he's in the Roman, to make a long story short, he's at the research the Roman College of Artificers. Am I pronouncing that right, by the way?
What?
Am I pronouncing Roman College of Artificers right?
No, artificers.
So, Jared tells me that, Jared's on my podcast, and no, I don't think Jared's crazy. I didn't believe in this stuff for a while, so I'm like, all right, I'll research it when I get home. And I'm like, but wait a minute. To break into this, why don't I just, walk up to him and ask my professor? And Jared goes, says, all right, ask him what role he's in. Now, I wait for some people to leave the class, but I don't want to be one-on-one when I ask this question because, I still kind of believe Jared, like, what the hell is going to happen? So he's in the middle of doing something, and I go, Professor, that ceremonial piece of paper you have, does that belong to the Roman College of Artificers? And it was like a movie. His body language completely changes. He looks at me in my eyes really horrified. And he's about to ask how. And I just stand there, and he goes, yes, it is. It belongs to that. And he doesn't repeat the name. He doesn't correct me. He just again, his body language changed. And then this is blowing my mind because, what I'm like, I really thought this stuff was, like, not fake, but just whatever. So I go, what role are you in? And he starts laughing. And he goes, I can't tell you that, and I can't tell anyone that. And he just walks out of the room. I turn pale as a ghost and run to my car.
Yeah, but like, I was just saying, because the Roman College of Artificers, they used to call them colleges, and then they amalgamated and became universities. And so university is just another way of saying secret societies. And
I had another after that. Remember I told you I found another one?
Oh yeah, you said you met a girl or something like that?
Oh yeah, that was some girl talking about the Illuminati, but this story is kind of funny. So I'm at work, and there's this dude that only talks to me, like I told you. Like, I always get the weirdest side of people, man. The weirdest people always come up to me, talk to me, and, like, I can meet a normal person, and I get their weirdest side. And there's just something in me that people feel comfortable with telling me about. So this crazy dude that everyone, I don't think he's crazy, but everyone else does, he used to be a CEO of a huge company, and now he's working at Stop and Shop as an overnight clerk. Really smart guy. Like, he's proved to me he's smart. Like, he's done, like, this mind-breaking math in front of me and all this shit. So anyway, I told my friend Steve about that, and he starts smiling. And Steve's an older guy, and he starts laughing. And I go, and pretty much I politely said, Steve, I said, don't bullshit me. I know you're in one of these groups. And he goes, yeah. And he says, you're a sneaky one, dog. And then I'm still like, what the fuck? It was just really weird. But and he goes, since you figured it out, I'll answer one question in the ethics form. And I'm like, okay. And I said, is the Roman College of Artificers the main group And he says yes, but he nodded no, so I don't know what he really meant.
Because they're not called that anymore.
Yeah, he's the thing is though, Steve was a nice guy about it, but he said I'm not going to talk about it anymore after I answered that question.
Yeah, that's like part of their history. Like,
So you guys are talking about this Roman something.
Yeah, because if you know the history,
system?
It's a history of Freemasonry. Because in like Rome and stuff, they had colleges, like the college of 6 days and stuff like that.
Oh.
And then they over time they became like amalgamated and they call themselves universities. And that's where you get fraternities like Yale and Skull and Bones and shit like that.
Right.
That's why they all. It's accepted because they're the ones behind education and everything.
Right. Instead of Skull and Bone University, they called themselves the Roman. Can you repeat that word one more time?
Roman College. I don't think nobody even uses that name anymore.
Right, they don't. They changed it.
It's old.
Right.
It's like part of their history.
Right. But Jared, the thing is, what is their main role? Because what do they do? Is it harmful?
You see firsthand that they control your education. Like they're kind of like giving you another perception of reality, whatever.
But my friend Steve, who claims to be in it, he was never involved with education. He was just a businessman. But I only know how much people say. So you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, that can be, business. Often business companies and corporate citizens are involved to suggest who you should, who should you do business with, who should you sign contracts with, etc. It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
Like who's gonna get the contract to build this, building? Oh, it's gonna be that construction guy's company because he's a Freemason, and you can tell by the logo of his company. And it's pretty simple, actually.
Yeah, but keep in mind, I'm brand new to this. This is like my very first experience. So I don't know what's up. Like,
you're gonna realize that your whole life, man, you're being manipulated and by these people. You're gonna notice that like you actually know a lot more about it than you think if you keep looking into it, because you're gonna see everything in your life is involved with.
Well, they're the narrow-minded ones, right? They're the narrow-minded ones for just following one path blindly and thinking they're gonna succeed and make some money.
Like, but I know for sure everything you're told, that everything is someone's outlet on the same thing, and there's a million different outlets on one subject, and so I know for a fact that what I'm learned when I get taught in school, what my teachers and all my upper ups, like in music and school, tell me, it's just their opinion and their outlet on what is what. Even the education system that they're working for is one outlet on one subject. So I know not to believe everything I read, but I mean, but then again, like I don't know a lot too. I'm only 20,
You know what you do? All you do is just take it all in. Just consider everything and like use. You kind of gotta use like your street smarts, I guess. And like you said, you met that one person who was like who seemed to question things, but he was like into astral projection or astral.
He had the same, what not freaked me out, but like, he talked just like you. He's like, you're younger than me. And he's always like, he brought up Edgar Casey.
Mm-hmm. I heard that name before.
Yeah, he's into dreams, but what he said, just like you, he's like, I'm always asking why, and he said, why is the most important question, you should never stop asking it.
Yeah, that's pretty standard. But like he's like I guess he may be similar to me, but like
he's not.
There's like a group of people. There's people who seem to be more. Mm-hmm.
No, I don't mean to cut you off, but like what my understanding is, he's not like you 100%. I'd say he like. How I was thinking about how to word it. It's like you guys are in the same racetrack, but you drive differently. You know what I'm saying? Like
he's more of like.
Dreams from like the 1800s,
the cosmic love and like.
Or like early 1900s, Edgar Casey.
Yeah, Edgar Casey.
Yeah, I think Edgar Casey was the dude.
Spirituality and all that stuff.
Yeah,
by spirituality meditation. But what he said, he's like, he loves world affairs. He he just said, he's like, I'm always asking why, I'm always thinking. He's like, I'm never satisfied with what I'm getting. And one kid said, well, he's like, another kid I was working out with said, because I met him at the gym, my buddy said, well, whenever I find out why, I move on to a different question. And the kid kind of get mad, but he's like that's not what I do. I'm always asking the things, like, I'm trying to have the answers I can get. I'm never satisfied. No, I can't. But the thing is, what turned me from that is that he's a big drug head. And experiences, I don't know, like, I'll admit this, I don't like have less respect for drug users. Just that if they do it too much, I don't take everything they say for granted.
Well, I know from a lot of those guys, like, they really allow and promote the use of drugs and stuff. And, like,
the thing is, I don't know. I don't like drugs too much.
I don't like drugs at all either, but, like, that's what they seem to promote, man. Drugs, like, you get, like, some, higher experience. Like,
yeah, but every follower will encourage you to do, every leader will encourage you to do drugs because it does dim your mind a little bit.
yeah, because they're weak-minded themselves. I guess they want to control you.
Yeah. But I don't mean, the thing is, though, my show is going on soon. But how long is your talk show going to go on for?
I don't know.
But all right, once it's over, I'm going to tune in again. All right, man.
All right.
All right, I appreciate it.
Thanks for coming by.
No problem, dude. Yeah.
I'm probably gonna have to head out in a second too.
Heading out.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I've been going at it for like almost 3 hours now.
Yeah,
probably. Almost.
Yeah. You gotta do this shit every day, man. I couldn't do this every day, man.
Yeah, it's very draining.
I got no one to talk to. I got nowhere to go, man.
Me neither.
City's a war zone, man. I can't even go out and have a fucking beer.
I'm trying to save money.
Yeah,
man.
you got a
war. I go out and spend money, and I'm just trying to.
I feel you. I feel your pain. That's why I've been alone by myself for almost all my life, pretty much. I have a few friends, but they don't know that much. But you know.
Yeah, man. I'm a lonely person. I live a life of a loner, kind of like. Like, especially where I live, like, it's not like where Nozos lives. He lives in, like, where it's more, like, social. You have access to everything. You can always go out and meet people. Out here, it's like you meet the same people in the same town. Same old thought. It's just, like,
I grew up in this really small town, and it's, you know, I can go back there, and it's like I said, it's like I just hit the pause button, you know. I can go back after being gone for 5 years and hit play again. It's still going, you know.
Yeah. That's how in Ottawa when I was there, that's how it is out there. And that's why I never wanted to live up there because I was like, nah, man, this is too.
Canadians are boring people, man. I don't know how I got out of there, man.
Brian, let me ask you a quick question. How do you survive down there in Brazil? I mean, I was working to make ends meet.
Pardon? I was working as an English teacher for the last about two and a half years.
Okay, and that's enough to get you by, or is it enough for you to sell money so you can do something else with it?
Yeah, no, you can make money. It's more than enough to get by.
Right.
I did some other stuff, and I got like an apartment with my brothers and my family and stuff. So. I'm in kind of a unique area. I bought a place that's on Posse land, which is not legal, but it's also not illegal because that's how everyone lives, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the real estate in a big city with slums and everything is not registered real estate, so it's cheap, you know what I mean? Let's say I live on like $50. All the bills at the end of the month for electricity and water and whatever, I pay about $50 a month.
Really?
Yeah. Wow. Aside from what I spend on food, that's
like you said, the land and everything is not registered, so it means the government come in and take it away from you anytime they want. Can they do that?
No, they can't. They can't. Because there's too many people living like that.
Okay.
a complicated place, man, complicated situation, but
I gotcha.
There's different ways to do things, you know.
Okay.
You don't have to follow the rules so much.
Well, obviously they don't follow the rules down there. So you're saying that you can get a piece of land, do pretty much whatever you want down there, as long as you have the connections or have the money or whatever.
Well, yeah, depending on where you go, there is sheep farmland and there's sheep land to do. Yeah, like outside of the city, for example, in a rural area, I wouldn't have to. I could build a house, you know. There's rules like, your roof can only cover a certain percentage of the land, but you couldn't even build a roof that big, you know what I mean? And there's no building codes, and no one's going to show up and be like, well, you can't have those chickens, you can't have those cows or whatever.
Right.
Unless you got into a bigger scale kind of thing where you wanted to sell the produce and sell the animals, then you'd have to do a little more, but it's definitely not as complicated as North America, not as strict.
Right. Especially when they want to develop the areas, I would say, any improvement you can provide to the land itself, I would say they will actually promote it.
Yeah, for sure.
If you can bring prosperity to the place, yeah. I mean,
why not? Not to sound like condescending, but we're thinking on a much higher level, I think, than the average person here.
Yeah, because you got a different
as far as ideas and originality and standards that we're used to. We're used to high standard of living, you know, and nobody here is used to that unless they've traveled somewhere else, you know.
They never realized. Because
that's not really important. Like, as you start to, like, learn reality, like, or whatever, like, that standard of living, like, even, like, the guys who work for the system, like, their agents and stuff, a lot of them, they're not wealthy. They don't live, like, high standard, like, with nice, a lot of them will live real menial like this.
That's true. That's how they keep their low profile. Part of the reason why. I would say, how do you define high standard of living? To me is totally different. I mean, to me, I think if you can stick with nature, you can. I mean, I don't like these modern houses that they built in Western society, mostly made out of wood and
I don't like how they build.
I don't really like that. I mean, I actually like stuff that's made from dirt, from nature, that's not processed, I actually like those better than these kind of houses.
It's pretty simple here. You just need bricks. I mean, you don't have to install a heating system or anything, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. And everything
I don't like how they make them squares though. The architecture is another whole. Like, remember that artist, that Polish one. He was into architecture for a while. I was reading about him. He was like into architecture. That's how he you see that art form in architecture and how they use it to like almost form your mind. Like,
who are you talking about?
I posted on Facebook a guy, a Polish artist. He was like a surreal fantasy. And he was into architecture for years. He did some other things before he started doing that.
Oh, okay.
You could tell where he got that in his mind from architecture, the things that he draws and stuff. But like architecture, like how they build them above ground, it's all like angle shaped, so many angles and points and stuff. I was talking with that with No Dose, like below ground, below ground they don't build the architecture like that. It's all spears probably, something with no points and that's in that Asian, I forgot what it's called, feng shui. Yeah, it's all about like getting all the points out of their like environment. They don't like that, like it's because these points can like I forgot it's like, because when you're on a bed,
it's like
bed, you feel like you're always going to fall on the edge. Like, the way you sleep is totally fucked up because, like, in your mind, it's all affecting you, like, I guess, your psychic.
I like sleeping on the floor, actually.
yeah, I've been used to sleeping on the floor for a while, man. I slept in all types of...
Yeah, I like sleeping on the floor, no problem. I slept on the floor for, like, probably 4 years. 4 years out of my life. I mean, I had no problem. I mean, I make it really comfortable. The Japanese rooms with raised floor? I mean, I used to, like, living in town as a kid, I had a room like that. I had a raised area that you walk up, and then you just take out, and then you just go barefoot, and there's a very low raised table, and, you know, and just paths on the floor. You just sit and do your thing, pretty much. And then you have, it's just like one of those Japanese rooms where they have,
like it's I've seen that, like the Japanese room, like you could tell, like they
floor, raised area.
Put them all in one area, and the kitchen, the bathroom, the bedroom, it was like one room.
Well, it doesn't go that far, but I'm just saying it's like a raised area floor where it's separated from the lower area of the floor within the room. And that's where you can sleep, you can, you know, sit and study, you know, eat.
It's interesting how
things like that. Yeah.
Your sleeping pattern is actually linked to how you've been treated as when you were a baby. Like I used to have this really bad habit, and when I was younger, I would shake myself to sleep. I would just keep shaking, like just shaking my booty, shaking my ass and shit, just moving my because in my mind, like, because I was rocked to sleep in the cradle. And
it's not like when you're shaking it, like when you're reading the Quran.
Oh.
Back and forth.
But I would do that, man. But there's things how you're raised as a child, like when a mother does to a child that affects the child growing up the rest of his life or her life.
Oh yeah. A lot of bad habits form back then.
Yeah, it could be bad or it could be good, you know. I guess I don't know.
I would say most of
there's like some people have to sleep with something between their legs. It's more comfortable that way.
Yeah.
It's like it's something in the body how it's positioned. Maybe when you were in the womb, curved up.
With the alignment of your spine.
Yeah.
Natural curvature of it.
Like meant to be bent, I guess, right? The spine, like that's meant to be.
Yeah, it's meant to be in a position. I mean, I certainly don't know the optimal position, but you know, but some good points.
Yeah, they kind of show those allegories with the spine in movies and stuff. You'll see that, like they'll show, like architecture will be like spinal, or staircases will be like a spine. They do shit like that. I've seen that in architecture. It's pretty interesting.
Oh yeah, there's so many out there.
Who's on now? It's just us 3 people?
Down to...
Oh, done. Oh, wow. You still have 4 people.
4 people right now? Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, I'm still here.
Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like people are getting tired.
So Brian, how many people do you know down there, like in your area, that speaks English like you? Is there a many?
Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, you always meet the odd person who can speak a bit English.
Okay. I mean, how are those people treated down there? Are they treated like foreigners or what?
Yeah.
They are, right?
Yeah.
Is it in a good way or a bad way? I mean.
In a good way. In a good way.
Okay.
You know, but sometimes you gotta watch out. Like someone would want to take advantage of you. Because everyone has the image or the impression that
like
foreigners.
A guy like me.
Lots of money and stuff.
Lots of money, or you don't know the locals.
You got lots of money and this and that.
Right,
how would they treat a guy like me?
Like same as they treat me.
Right. Cool.
Didn't know
I think in general, as Americans, even though like we know
because you can speak Portuguese,
a lot of things, random things, but still, I think compared to a lot of people, to those local people, we're actually a very simple type of people to deal with, and a lot of it would actually take advantage of like people like us. We're very simple minded in a way, in a good way. So a lot of
they know that, man. There's people here are like hyper street smart, man. You know.
Yeah, I got
Start talking to some guy here who only speaks broken English, man. Next thing you know, like you're paying for a beer for him to drink, man. They're really smooth like that. You know.
Oh, yeah.
You wouldn't even know it. So you learn. It's a good learning experience too.
I got you. Yep, that's kind of things I'm thinking. And you'll never know. I mean, these local people are really. It's like all of these have at the local level. It's very complicated. It's like a little local ecology of nature or something. Yeah, you have to learn in every place you go. Same thing like that in most places too. So, I mean, so you live near a slum? Is that what you're telling us earlier?
It is. It's that's what people call it, but it's really community. It's not neat and tidy. The construction. Messy.
It's kind of simple. Like this, like everything you kind of need is pretty much there. It seems like.
Yeah, I don't have to leave my street if I don't really want to. I don't have to get on a bus or anything.
So you plan to settle there for a while, or are you thinking about moving?
What, in the city here? I'm gonna leave the city.
Oh, you're gonna leave it? You're gonna leave soon?
Yeah, Rio's too big, man, and it's just unstable, man.
Gotcha. Things are changing, so.
That picture with the donkey, that's out of the city? That's that picture with the donkey.
Yeah, I'll live outside of the city, in the countryside, and when I wanna do something for fun, you can always come to the city at the end of the week or whatever.
Right.
I'd go live in those. I would love to visit those hills, man. Like just like kind of like stay up there in those hills for 2 weeks or something. Like, do they have communities that live in those hills up there, those like mountains?
Oh yeah.
You're Jared.
They're like farmers.
You're Jared. I'm out. You alright?
Are you out? All right, man.
Yeah, I'll talk to you guys later. Nice speaking with y'all. Peace.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's lots of hills around here, man. It's a big
seen those hills
man.
in the picture.
I want to, like, one of my goals is to travel around Brazil. Like, I want
around Brazil?
Yeah, man, it's so massive, man. Like, every state you go to is like going to a different country, different people and cultures.
Yeah, when I look at a Brazilian, like what's a Brazilian, man? Like, 'cause they don't. When I look at a Brazilian, it's not like.
It's everything.
I'm looking at like
weird.
I'm looking at it from like a white to a black to a mulatto.
Every color, man, every shade is there.
It's like they were created like they look like Peruvian or something, right? Peruvian have a distinct look to them.
Yeah, like wherever you go here, whatever city you it's always like a kind of a balanced mix, like there's always every shade of person. Except in some places in the southernmost state, closer to Argentina, the majority would be white European, but everywhere it's pretty mixed and evenly spread out, like planned for sure.
So it's already basically set up as a second America down there. Yep. Once up here goes down, so it's like America number 2.
Seems to be, man.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Except we're gonna have to learn Spanish. How long did it take you?
Latin or French? That's what they're saying. Latin or French, man.
Yeah. So how long did it take you? I mean, how well versed are you in Spanish so far? I mean, it took you. I mean, you're still learning.
Portuguese is the language in Brazil.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when they flood the whole world over with earthquakes and melt mountains, don't you think the weather will be a little different?
Yeah.
That will affect the weather, I think.
If anything, it would get hotter.
It's hot and humid. It's both hot and humid, right?
Because that water with that that with the clouds above it, like kind of creates like some type of like tension almost. That's what creates like hurricanes and shit, right?
Yeah, there'll be fallout for sure.
You guys get a lot of hurricanes up there or down there?
No,
that's
never.
Like on the island.
Never been any hurricanes or tornadoes.
They get that shit like in Haiti and shit like that.
It just started I think the first tornado ever here was 2 years ago. And I remember Dana sent me one video that was on the news here. A fire tornado or something.
Yeah, you're right about how they can media can represent you, like show like people don't even see what's going on in Brazil, like they don't even hear about it, because like it's the same thing like in Haiti. Like I was talking to a Haitian guy the other day. He's like, yeah, man. He goes out because he went to school with like these exchange students who were from Haiti, and they were like looking at the news and they're like, oh, look at Haiti, it's a terrible place, and they're like, what are they talking about? Like, what country is this? And they're like, Haiti. Like, what? That's Haiti? They're like, we just came from Haiti. What are they talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I always hear a lot about Haiti because, the earthquake and stuff, and how it just don't go there, they'll kidnap you. Because they do have area, because my cousin went there, and she told me that in Haiti that like they have to there was like you can't go from town to town, like just you have to know somebody to go in the next town, or they'll shoot you on sight or something like that. And it's like, and people do get kidnapped, shit like that, and killed. And,
what, you mean Haiti? You mean Haiti?
I mean Brazil's not like that. No, it's not nothing.
There's a lot of bad stuff happens here. Don't think it's not like not.
Yeah, you hear about it, like the gangs.
It is, yeah. It's over. I think it's exaggerated, because the problems are within the communities here, where they're, and like I said, it's sealed off. It's like you're not. That's not a place you're going to be going in.
Yeah, like in Haiti, they have a history of just always being on some type of I still don't know everything, but I know it was a guy named Lebert, I think. It was Toussaint, and he kind of did the whole revolution thing. But ever since then, man, the Haitians kind of been getting it kind of really rough, man. They don't. They've been it seems like the Dominican side has they're poor too, but they have more money, and it's they just always been under dictatorship since then, and I got I had a picture here of all the presidents, and you'll see it'll be 3 people running it, a whole council of people, for president, whatever, and they all had military outfits, all of them, all had military.
Well, here, man, they only came out of the military dictatorship in 1988, 89.
Wow.
So, and things were more open to outside trade with other countries and stuff.
Yeah, I guess they came out of the military here too. In America, they just wear suits to kind of throw you off.
Yeah, exactly, man. But I talked to guys. I've known some older foreigners who have been coming here for 20 years, 30 years. The most interesting guy I met was from England. He's been here for about 30 years. And he's done everything from pan for gold up in the Amazon and he's lived in 15 states here. He's, had all the stories, and he said it used to be it's just the Wild West, man. You go to some states in the interior, going back in time.
Oh, yeah.
So,
how many states is in Brazil, by the way?
It's 27.
So they call it states as well?
Yeah, same thing.
Okay.
A lot of them have, red, white, and blue flag with a star on it.
Yeah.
Same thing. Yeah, look at the state flags. There's a lot of telling symbols on the state flags.
I noticed a lot of people outside of, when I went to Canada, they call this country, us over here, they call it the states. But they don't call themselves that over here. They just call themselves Americans. But American is kind of a broad term, because you'd be American too then, right?
South American. Central American. Everyone's an American.
Yeah, everyone is American.
It's an interesting, I always think about that word, America.
Yeah, America is actually, yeah, it's there's a lot of links to that shit. That one guy, I forgot his name. There's a lot of, even the word United States, you know, UN-it-E-D. He says one it. Oh, whatever. So it's media. ED is what's it, like editor and stuff. He says he has the last say. I guess it's patriarchy. It sounds like I'm gonna have to go, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go grab a bite.
Yeah, I'm gonna go too, man. I'm gonna. I guess I don't know, next week or something. I don't know, Brian. If you can find anybody to come on, who has like some interesting perspective, you know, on the net or something,
Mm-hmm.
you could like invite them to this.
I don't really know anybody, man.
I'm trying to I'm setting it up where like I try to be open with people, you know, like, hey, you can come on, but you'd be surprised, man. A lot of people are scared, man, to even come and talk.
Well, a lot of people talk like, oh, well, I'm new and I don't know this, and I'm like, no, you know, no one's saying anyone knows more than another, you know. You gotta start somewhere, kind of.
Yeah, like this guy, like these people, like that I see, like a lot of people, like I know some talk to. A lot of people would just rather listen than say anything. They just want to listen.
Well, they're probably in it already. So you see, 20%. The only people that really they need to monitor and watch and manipulate are the 20% of the population of this world, and they generally works for them directly or indirectly, whether they know it or not. And then 20%, that's a lot. That's still a lot of people. That's almost 1 billion people.
We're me and you, like we're like actually 10%. The other 10%. We're 10%, and the other 10% is, I think, them. The other direction. But if you look at TalkShoe, this site, it's actually a lot of it's ecclesiastic, religious groups.
Yeah.
It's all religion. They own a lot of these things.
Basically, they're all people belong to it, having them a way to connect with their far-reaching family.
Yep.
It's all about. They keep on telling that the people at it below breathe like rats. I think the reverse is actually true. It's the elites that actually breathe like rats. The parasites sucks out the system. You know, a lot of them have multiple wives and tens of 20s of children because they're the only one that really has the money to bring all these numbers of kids that they have, offspring that they have, you know, to raise them, you know. So, I mean, pretty much over time, eventually, if they continue to breed like this over a period of time within a certain area, they can take over the whole area, and that's pretty much what's happening. You know, around here in D.C. area, you have two distinct types of family. You either have the bureaucratic family, intergenerational bureaucratic family, or intergenerational military family. That runs this whole show around here. Pretty much all the businesses, positions of any importance are all run by these related people. They're all related with one another.
Yeah,
you know?
That's how you got to do it because they all have a common denominator in their genes. And like, it's like that thing, the whole concept of Glenn with the Coca-Cola syrup.
Right. And they do track this.
It's easy to track.
I think family with their huge, giant genealogy book, like where
the Mormons,
where they are.
The Mormons got all that shit.
Oh yeah. Mormon just one. I mean, I see like Asian family with like huge books that they use for them to track their own.
Oh yeah.
And some of these are huge, thick volumes of books. So how big their family are now, it's like I don't even want to know. It's huge.
You can just imagine how it is in India. Like in India, I've heard that they have actually a class because they have to marry off their children. They have a class of people who regulates all that in India.
Yeah. So pretty much, when
they're the ones who know where everything is and how it works.
This is why people are not receptive to you guys, because they're all inside. They're all with their own families. So we talk about this stuff. It's like you're kind of going against them. They will feel kind of try to move away from you or be silent. Just want to
maybe because they think like it's the way it is. Like they've been raised like that, but they're like waking up. Or whatever, and like a reverse.
Yeah, all of them are. Yeah, all of them are catch up to everything that we've seen, but nevertheless.
Yeah, we come at it from a different.
We're kind of from an angle where they're not being shown, basically. And
well, we actually all a part of it too. Like Glenn was part of it. Like his whole like how he was made and shit. Like he just kind of like.
My dad is a military was originally in the military since he was 14 years old. I don't know, in the Nationalist Army China before, and he was accepted when he was 14 or 11 or 14. I forgot the exact age, but he's been there for a long, long time, 34 years. He was he retired as a 2-star colonel or something like that. I don't know what that is, but lieutenant colonel or something like that. So, I mean, if I was working in Taiwan, I'd probably just through that connection, they probably would look at that and provide me with something. Here, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure exactly if that would put me in a part, because I personally I don't like the military. I have a problem with taking orders.
I mean, I couldn't do the military because like what they do with the mind and shit. Like
the military is exactly like the corporate culture. It's just with a different dressing, the way how they do it. I
don't like the way like the thinking of a military person is very linear, man. It's so linear. They can't they're made to like some people are ordered to be the thinkers, and some people are ordered not to think at all and just do more.
And that's the majority, and that's task specific slaves that they want. They just want.
Military is a whole other faction on the pyramid. Actually, when you look at the pyramid,
I believe it.
They actually have their control is they have another type of power. Their power is more like they have the buttons to press. Probably they probably control the buttons that destroy the whole fucking world or some shit.
But that to me is kind of stupid because they don't need to do that. To me, they don't need to do that. It's more like how they keep each other in check. It's not, to me, it's not really used to destroy the planet. They could. So it's more like just a scare tactics. That's all.
Yeah, it just creates more obedience,
Yeah. Plus,
that fear creates because I mean they're not going to destroy everything they built up to make, and they're making money off, right?
Mm-hmm.
The people.
You never know. Like
the people within the system. I mean, who are just working like that. They're not going to do anything that extreme.
Like a true, a good allegory of that is the book, as a story by Stanley Kubrick. It's called It's a black and white. It's a really good movie, but it shows this military guy who just has power. Like he is given power, and he basically has the whole world destroyed. Like he almost you gotta watch this movie. It's a really good one. It's called just look up all Stanley Kubrick's movies. It's kind of funny too. It's a satirical.
Isn't it Dr. Strangelove?
Yeah.
I've seen that.
Yeah. He's they make fun. They use the fluoride and then all that. But he shows how that mindset. Some military, some guys will actually. I think it's a psychopathic thing. If they see they'll just destroy everything and just fuck it all, man. Take everybody with them. Some people think like that, I think.
Yeah, for sure, man. If they can't, have control, they'll take everyone with them,
Dang, man. Some people only feel comfortable with control,
Yeah, there was one. I don't know if it was some government official. I don't know if it was the president or the defense minister of Israel or something. And he was so power mad that he said, I don't care, if we can't win, we'll use the bomb and take everyone else with us. So,
like
they were, yeah, and like these guys don't care, man. They say this stuff in front of the media and everything. They're just
not
maniacs.
without approval of others, that's at their level too, or above it. It's just scare tactics.
It's
killed off before they can do that.
It's a common theme in movies. Especially it was in this movie Stargate, like one episode. Like this military group goes out on this. They go to this land, faraway land, or whatever. And then like they never report back, and then they send another group to go find out what happened, and they find out like they just all went crazy and like they became God and used their knowledge and just like kind of like.
Yeah, that's kind of like the Silver Globe movie I sent you by the guy who did Possession.
Yeah.
They go on a moon exploration, and then they set up tribes and religions, and they worship the first guy from the moon mission as like the god and stuff. It's wild. You gotta watch that one.
Yeah, I'm downloading now, man. I wanna watch.
Yeah, it's just a really slow torrent, man.
Yeah, it is.
I'm still waiting, man. It's gonna take a long time.
Have you seen the newer movie called Pandorum?
No, I have it, but the bootleg version, I never even wanted to watch. I don't know. Like I maybe
it's more entertaining than learning, but it's still worth the time to watch it. It's kind of fun,
Yeah, that movie's good. That movie
from you sleep, in their sleeper cell, cryogenic cell, and once it takes up, the struggle begins.
Yeah, there's a movie called. Yeah. There's a movie about. It's like this girl who was like basically genetically engineered, and she came out of this orphanage, and she's like some like psycho. And she's just like manipulating and killing people at like 10 years old. But it's called Esther. Her name was Esther. What happened?
Wasn't that one of the newer ones that came out this year?
Yeah, the newer one.
Yeah, I saw that.
What was it called again?
I think her name was Esther or some shit.
It was called Orphan movie.
Yeah, Orphan. Yeah, it was called Orphan.
The Orphan? Okay.
Yeah, the horror movies they put the allegories in them, but like their method is kind of like how they do it is funny. Like, what's another horror one? Like Pinhead. The Pinhead one. Hellraiser, man. That was all that box and hell. Like, I heard it was the director, the guy who made that. He was actually gay. And like he was, it's about his, the pain he went through being gay, like suffering, shit like that. And so he was like really, like
it's
nihilistic, sadistic. What happened?
I said it's pretty to be gay then.
Yeah.
That's in his mind.
Like those gay guys, like I know gay people, man. Like, they don't think like I guess like these priests like I can understand why would they use the system would use
them,
gay guys.
break them,
because in the book in Glenn's how he's describing it, he said that they are like they use gays to infiltrate the female society.
The female claims,
and lesbians and shit. Like then they started using lesbians. Later on.
Do you still see any of these female sides that need to be infiltrated? That's my question.
That's it's no it's infiltrated already. It's done. It's I mean now they're just manipulating each other.
Yeah. For me, it's not.
Are they trying to get rid of them? Is that what the deal is right now?
What?
Are they trying to get rid of them, or how does it work?
What do you mean?
Like it's just against the gays, or I mean?
No, like didn't like when you look at like the model industry, right? So it's gays manipulating women who
the real woman,
and then having them do and I'm looking at the industry, like that industry. It's so fucked up, man. Like what they have do to themselves. This is perfect. This is the new and they're just fucking with them.
That's like what all the girls go for men too. They go for like here it's like they're hyper preoccupied with their appearance and beauty and fashion and runway model shit.
Like by the red
And I
tape,
talked to a girl. Oh yeah, I talked to a girl who was gonna try and like go into modeling, you know. And she said it was just like, and she was like a simple Brazilian girl. She's only 24, and she's like, no, it was like messed up. Like people were weird and they were cruel.
Mhm. Hello.
Hello.
You got cut off.
Brian. Yeah,
Brian. Hello, Brian.
Yeah, cut it.
Yeah, cut off.
Yeah, like, I think like before I let you guys go, but I think like how women are like in the different cultures, like they're very high in fashion. I think in the East too.
I don't know if you've seen these Taiwan shows or shows generally in Asia.
Oh, they're very like I think Japanese too. They're very like into it, man. Very
extremely. Like, shows. I mean, and then the funny part is that the person that's making these recommendations are actually dudes.
Yeah, they're gay.
they're gay. These androgynous dudes, you know.
So like, I think gay people sometimes. I think at the core they probably hate women.
So
because
I guess
no off there, guys. Sir.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. So I guess that's probably the last thing that they're being used for, to get the females to be hyper active on their pay attention to their appearance, basically.
It's weird because the gay guys, like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't want to say this about every gay, but I definitely don't see why a gay guy deep inside would hate hate a woman. What?
There's different types of gay people. In the military, there's a different type of gay people. You have the gay people, the gay males that plays the dominant role, that plays the husband role. You have the different type of androgynous gays.
I was watching something on that yesterday.
You have two different types of gays, at least. You know.
Yeah, well, they got different mentalities of gays. They got gays who identify themselves as heterosexual, but within prison, they'll sit there and rape a man. But like they look at it, well, if you're doing the raping, then you're the man, so you're masculinity. But if you're the one taking, you're gay. You're not even a person. You're a female. You like it, but you're not gay if you're giving it. That's how they look at it in prisons and shit.
Yeah, it's like they've reached all.
If you get raped in there, you're gay automatically. If you get raped, you're gay. But if you're doing it right, you ain't. It's just like that movie in Harold and Kumar. He's like, you want a cock sandwich? He goes, no, that's gay. He goes, man, you're the one. Because the CEO was like making people suck his shit, and he's like, you want a cock sandwich? And the guy's like, it's gay. He's like, no, you're gay because you eat a cock sandwich. I ain't gay. I was like, wow, you fucking people. It's just like, I think it's like.
Yeah, it's kind of like, it's like a psychopathic kind of thing too.
Yeah,
like
they
a
kind
power
of like,
freak.
Yeah.
You know, they don't. I don't know. We can't even. I don't know. You can't even imagine you can't even enter that mindset. You know what I mean? It's like.
Yeah. I think the only person high up that really kind of describes this in detail is I don't know if you read Alex Crowley's his own experimentation of experiencing homosexuality.
Oh, I think I was watching that, like a guy who got raped.
He's not gay. Yeah, he's not really physically attracted to males. I mean, he's just experimenting for some reason. I don't know how.
He experimented. I don't know about that.
He experimented. He's not actually gay. He's not attracted to them.
This guy who I see, he said I don't think he didn't admit to being gay, but he was kind of like because he was like a average kid, and he did something stupid, and he was in there. They caught him. They when he came off the bus, they're like, hey, you want a drink? Inside there, they drugged him with Thorazine, and they just raped him, and they flipped the coin of who would own him, and he spent his whole time in there being somebody's bitch. And what happened was he was when he's talking to him, he was like, the guy I was with. He goes if the coin would have went to somebody else, this guy was an absolute sociopath, and I don't know how to put myself together today. But the other guy I was with, he wasn't too bad of a person. He was decent. And I was just like, oh, man. He was a decent lover.
The lesser of two evils, man.
was like, yeah, that's crazy, man. But, I mean, there's a lot of those guys up here. Like when I'm hanging out with those, when we go to New York City, Manhattan, it's really big, and there's gay guys looking at you all the time, man, all the time.
Man, here it's like they're all over the place, man. Rio is just full of gay people, man.
Gee.
They had like the gay pride parade a couple weeks ago. The whole, street and beachfront full and down in Copacabana Beach area.
Hey, look, if you want to discover gay people, look, just go online.
It's like they're being used, though, you know what I mean? They're being manipulated and they don't even know it.
Yeah.
They think they're being, like, liberated and this and that. And they're playing the role that was assigned to them.
Yeah, like that's just like with women too. Like it's just they're genetically, their genes, their actions are just playing out what their genes are telling them to do, and they don't even realize it, man. Like why women sleep with other women and shit? Because they've been made like that, man. They've been like they just think and like and that's why I
said that to one girl. I said that to one girl. I talked to her about because she's like a lesbian, and it's like it's visible, that she is.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was talking. She was having a conversation about. We were talking about that, about men and women who are born like that, are born gay. And I said, you don't turn gay. You don't make a decision to all of a sudden do that. And I'm like, that is how you were born. That was your genetic makeup at birth. And it like shocked her. Like she had never ever thought about that before,
Wow.
She's like, well, maybe you're right. I think maybe that is it. And I'm like, yeah, because you have all the same functions as a woman. Like you have a menstrual cycle, so that means you are capable of bearing children, blah blah. But you're married to a woman.
Up there, you're not. Up there, you're not a woman.
Yeah, so I just, I didn't say too much after. I didn't want to freak her out or anything, but, it was, she really thought about that,
That allegory is in Norse
they're
mythology.
battling, like it's society, and society doesn't accept it, blah, blah. I'm like, people got to get past all the garbage and the facades and realize, like, we're talking about genetics here, we're talking about, possible genetic engineering, possible, everything.
Yeah, allegories in Norse mythology, how they
So how many would you say, like percentage-wise, in the world population right now that are gay, lesbian?
15%.
15%, and then that's not including the hermaphrodites that's out there already. So that would be a couple percentage there.
Well, those hermaphrodites, like people like Hillary Clinton, like people like that, they'll sleep with men or women, and like they just sleep with whoever that benefits their their agenda. There's women like that I meet like that.
It's strictly business, right?
Yeah, it's not
like
anything
that.
personal. I mean, they'll
probably
enjoy it
on a business level, yeah.
Yeah, it's always like they're very fucked up. When women are very like they care more about themselves than they do
Right. That's why they're fit in the corporate culture. So all like what 20% then? Around already 20% of the population is already all these different types, not the original normal duality, sexual orientation type of population. So over time, so slowly they're going to start seeing numbers more and more. As you will see, as we can see, that's happening.
Like Alejandro, like I really like how he portrayed women in his movies. He shows you like people are treating these people like they're female, and that's the mistake, man, you're making. But like, this is a man you're talking to.
Yeah, that was interesting, man. How he did that.
Yeah,
I want to ask Glenn to see. I don't know if you can help me remember, but I want to ask him. Right now, I'm seeing a lot of more people in the West giving birth to female population. And if that's the case, is that a direct result of
having to be more women than there are
having a wife that's hermaphrodite? Is having a hermaphrodite as a wife increase the chance of you having
I remember that. Yeah, you just reminded me. I remember watching the thing. Remember Alan Watt was showing a documentary about about how like something that they do in birth that kind of it made more females. At the birth, it kind of like made the people have give birth to females.
No, I'm just.
I mean, that could be true.
My final thought is that when hermaphrodite and a non-hermaphrodite couple marriage,
a man. You talking
yeah.
about a man? A man? I don't know. A man's usually just a man. He's a hermaphrodite, but not physically. He's more like mentally. He's a female inside.
Right. My question is, a regular person, not hermaphrodite and a hermaphroditic person, when they procreate, what is the result of the offspring? Is the offspring going to become similar to a hermaphrodite, or are they going to be normal, or is that just
you know what? I think
a chance?
I think it's chance, mate. I mean, I could have a child with somebody, and the child is a hermaphrodite, probably, man. I'm telling you, man. It's all inside of us, man. It's all in all of us.
Yeah, it can be like when two people with a recessive, the same recessive gene meet. I mean, there's always like that potential of. But it's the same as the child could be born, because like physically gay. That's what I said to this girl. When you look at men. How can all these gay men be acting? They all act the same. They do the same physical gestures. They move themselves in the same manner. Like people say they're wristy. Well, yeah, like everyone says like they're wristy. Well, I said, well, how can some guy who's born in Canada or born in Brazil or born in Australia or born in China all be acting the same and moving his wrists and arms around like that, It's they're obviously not seeing it on the TV and imitating it. Like that's how they physically are. They're physically built like that.
So basically, all of them shares a switch that they manipulate in the genes that cause them to do the same hand gesture, basically. So basically, it's just one or two switches within the chromosome gene that they changed. Causes the same effect across the whole entire spectrum of race.
Well, yeah, like, someone being born with Down syndrome, has the same physical characteristics, no matter what race or what country or whatever, boy or girl.
The Down syndrome is also an interesting aspect. The Down syndrome is just a result of them experimenting inbreeding. If they go over, 3 or 4 generations, the result.
Yeah.
How do they call it Down syndrome?
Inbreeding also occurred naturally, right?
It's natural, but it's not.
No, I'm not saying it's natural, but I'm saying there are areas where, like, the people weren't instructed to do that. They just did it, like, out of their animal instinct, so to speak.
Right.
I thought I was interested in that movie. How he had that one scene where, like, when he just gets out that room and the doctor priest is like, he has all these guys with Down syndrome and they're all like kind of like, and it's like he's like Jesus and he's like the priest and like those people are the public and I was like, wow, man, he's fucking like he's crazy with that symbolism, man. He's basically saying what we all are, slow. Retarded and shit.
Yeah.
He's funny, man. But he's like that guy, he's very, he's like, I use my brain. Like when I was watching the interview, he's like, I use my brain. I'm not stupid. And can you understand Spanish, Brian?
Yeah, it's similar to Portuguese. It's interesting. People who speak Portuguese can understand Spanish.
But they
not perfectly, but you can grasp all the words and stuff because it's similar. But people who speak Spanish can't understand Portuguese. It's kind of funny. I said something funny like Spain and Portugal. Like Portugal's the tiny place and Spain's the big place. But Portugal's, settled Brazil, and Brazil is massive. It's like, 2/3 of South America, and they speak Portuguese, and the Spanish got the remainder, the tiny little part here.
Yeah, I wonder, like Spain, like wasn't it Latin? That's all Spanish. Was Latin, right?
Well, I heard that the most ancient and important country is actually Peru. In South America.
Yeah, Peru is important. Like I've been
Peru's like the Tibet of Asia, of Latin America.
Yo, you know what? A lot of people like Madame Blavatsky, all these Eastern sages, if you want, or Western sages, if you want to call them that. Like they all go to Tibet. That's what this guy was telling me. That's like they all go there because there's something that those Tibetan people know, that they do know. Like they have some type of knowledge, man. You know, I think that's why I've been dying to understand what, but just try to get a conception of what Tibetan Buddhism is all about. Glenn seems to know it pretty well because he was talking about that shit for a while. Tibetan Buddhism. I used to read it when I was reading his post. He talks about it. I mean, you read more posts than I do, man. Andy, you read more posts. I haven't been like what. It's crazy because I'll be reading his posts, right, and it'll just get me into some other type of research. I'm like not even into the post anymore. I'm like into something else. It's like a journey. I go somewhere else.
It's a lot of things in one, you know.
Yeah.
It's a lot of things.
Yeah, exactly.
He's developmental. That the style that Glenn uses to develop. You know,
yeah,
I'm not developing like that. You know, I'm more like I learned this here. What?
You're a little bit more focused.
Yeah, more focused.
In certain area.
I mean, I guess that's good and bad. I try to jump over. You know, I try to do other things. Like maybe I'm just too young. I don't know.
Well, most of us, you know, yeah. I mean, in terms of age, I guess you are the youngest in the group. That I know, at least.
How old are you?
27. Are you 27?
I'm the same age, man. I'm 27 too.
I'm only a year older, 28.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I know everyone's around this age, man. Everyone's 27 or 28. Yeah,
I noticed that. All of us, like I don't know, man. Like we think that okay, we're young, right? And a girl like I was listening to a story. This guy, it's called "Love is an Existential Thing." It's about this guy. He's basically one of the founders of existentialism, and he was going out this 14-year-old girl, but the way the 14-year-old girl, it was like in the Renaissance period. This girl was like what you would call today an adult, the mind frame she had. Yeah, and it wasn't looked at as bad as it is today because a 14-year-old today is really like a 10-year-old or 5-year-old.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like, we seem like we're so much ahead of everybody in a way, but because the things that we know, but I mean, I heard some of the founding fathers were like in their 20s, man, early 20s.
Yeah, they were young men. They were running farms and doing like advanced what we'd call schoolwork or research or study. You know. So
we're not more advanced than those people, man. We're more like retarded.
We're more dumbed down, definitely, than people were even 100 years ago, I think.
Yo, you ever watch Idiocracy? Idiocracy, I mean. He's like, I like money. I like money. You like money too? Yeah. Wow, that's cool.
And the president, man, the president's like the machine, man.
Yeah, the funniest thing.
And they're watering plants with Gatorade. And they're not growing. I don't know why it's not growing.
Yeah, the funniest part. Yeah, the funniest part was when he goes to the doctor, and the doctor was like, he's like, yo, man, he's like talking to the doctor, he's like, I don't know what's going on. He goes, he's like, well, I don't mean to sound like a dick or nothing, but you talk like a fag, and your shit's real fucked up. And what I do is, you know, it was just, the way he did it was just like, wow, man, that's kind of like how doctors are like, because what he was saying was like, what I do is like, and it starts laughing and like, like he's not really saying anything, and that's how doctors are, I guess. They're saying something, but they're not really saying anything. They're not really saying anything.
Reading you some fancy line from a book.
That was just funny, man. I'm gonna post it on Facebook.
Oh man, that's good.
I don't know. I thought that was kind of funny.
Oh, I thought it was hilarious, man.
Yeah.
And then he says, you gotta use water, and no one believed.
He's like, yo, man, you talk like a fucking fag, man. You talk. Because I was like, wow, man, this guy.
Brian, Jar, I think I'm gonna take off.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab a bite.
Yeah, so I got
I'm talking to you guys on the cell phone here.
Okay.
I've been irradiated for 3 hours, so I think.
I'm ahead of time here. I'm ahead of you guys in time, so it's later here.
Yeah,
oh, really? Okay.
It's like midnight over there, right? Maybe even later.
2. Yeah.
Oh wow. It's like 11 over here, man.
Yeah. Yeah, we're on New York time, so I'm same here as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, man. I guess next week, man. I don't know if we'll do it on.
Try to get Glenn next time, man.
I tried. We got to do it earlier if you want to get him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah. I mean, I thought you said you're gonna do it between 2 to 4 today.
Yeah, I know, but I was up all night last night, and I didn't wake up.
I couldn't. I mean, I got to get my sleep on the weekend too. So.
Yeah, on the weekend, that's when I kind of like.
You can do it between 4 to 6. Yeah.
Yeah, but like
Saturday or Sunday. Yeah. I just don't know how well Glenn has the time that he can open up. I can.
I'll try to call him tomorrow and see if he'll be around next week.
Okay.
Like, make himself
available. I mean, he doesn't use email, does he?
No, his email, he got blocked. He used to send email to me.
Well,
he sends email.
He can send them, but he just can't receive them. That's what.
Yeah, he used to be able to receive them. I remember those days.
Well, the last one he sent out, I didn't even get it. Didn't even show up. I had to get it from Jared.
Yeah, he said, and Dana didn't get it, but he said everybody got it. I'm like, nah, man.
I mean, I'm on his email list. I get his email.
I get it. So is Brian. I usually see all the emails. Like you can just like see who he sends them to, and you can What you do is like you forward that and you forward it to everybody that he sent it to. I've done that. I've like replied to. What happened?
I think Glenn has like 5 different email accounts.
Yeah, he has like
a couple, at least like 3 or 4, from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, he's on that Yahoo shit. That Yahoo, like I'll be getting emails on my other email. It'll just be like all these fucking mad conspiracy theorist guys, man. Like the whole Alex Jones, even like it's just. This guy did make a point, man.
The guys who are stockpiling their houses full of supplies.
Stockpiling what?
Oh, I said the Patriot type who are stockpiling they're stockpiling their houses full of supplies and it's built right on top of a big coal deposit,
Yeah, man. These guys, these guys, they just fill up my. This guy yesterday told me, he made a good point. He said, these guys, I knew this too, but like, there's just paranoia, man. That's what it really is.
Here's the thing. They're telling you to prepare, which is probably true in a way, but the thing is, but
they're not telling you where to do it.
The right way to do it. Exactly.
Well, no, where to physically locate yourself. Like, it's good to have, like, if, I'm in a place like Brazil, for example, it's definitely going to be affected. I mean, with the destruction of certain parts of United States, Canada, I mean, you're definitely going to have fallout here economically. So, I mean, you can prepare, but, I mean, it's not incorrect to prepare like everyone talks about and the Patriot Radio crowd always talked about, but they're not telling you to physically locate yourself, Like, what good's it going to do if you just fill your house with shit and then you get flooded?
Yeah.
Right.
you're done for. You can't do anything. You can't.
And what good do you think are people going to be doing in Brazil when they, because that whole Monsanto thing, like how they're going to supply the world with food, like they're going to supply the southern and eastern and northern hemisphere, or the Shield area or whatever. Those are the only places they're going to be supplied with food, and I mean, like, it's going to be like, you ain't part of them, you ain't eating, man. Huh?
That's part of the preparation work. You have to prepare, you got to get those heritage seeds, get whatever seeds you can get on your hand right now, and grow them yourself. That's the only way.
Yeah, man, learn how to, that's why I wouldn't mind if we all got together, right, like, the people who are see the big picture, at least agree on that, and I wouldn't mind having a farm, partly owning a farm with people, and work, and just learning how to grow my own food, and
it's called
or just hunting. I'll do that. Some people think that's
called homestead.
I'll do that. I'll go kill a fucking deer.
It's not. I mean, a lot of people have a bad perception of it because they're basically, they're just brain dead living in a city the whole time.
Yeah.
But my mother grew up like that. It was a farm. It was no electricity. It was hunt for dinner and milk a cow for, for milk in the morning and stuff like that. And it's not as difficult as people think, but they just have this impression of it like, I don't know how to say. Oh, look, you're a cult member if you do that, if you want to live on a farm.
Oh. Like
there's some guy in the chat saying.
Like those people eating like Waco or something?
Yeah. But all the cults are usually the ones, they're the system cults, man. They're the top cult. Their religion is like the number one cult of the world, I think. Amazing, man.
Hey guys,
so,
I'm really getting into the end of my.
Your bars? You ate all your bars up on your phone?
I'm sorry?
You ate all the bars up on your phone.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I have to. Yeah, I gotta grab something to eat, and tomorrow actually I gotta go to a wedding, somebody's wedding, or to me it's like a funeral.
Yeah.
That's
hopefully there's good wine in it.
Anyway, like I said, we left off at homestead. Let's talk about homestead living next time.
Sounds like a good idea.
I would love to do something like get together and. I'm sorry.
Who else is this?
This is the guy with the heavyweight belt.
This is the guy with the heavyweight belt.
Radio guy. Yeah.
Who?
Yeah. Have you heard about him?
Iconoclast radio guy. No, I never heard him, man. I don't. Should I know you or what?
Well, you know who I am now. Your Glenn Keely's whack, but I like Homestead. But Glenn Keely is whack. Tell him I've just done 2 shows on him. Tell him to get in contact with me because I'm highly, highly disappointed in him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could call him and tell him if you want because, I couldn't be bothered with,
Yeah, I'm not no
message for somebody else. I don't talk to him on the phone, I don't know, you just come on here, you're
said this is where his test tube babies are hatching.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what kind of life you lead, man, but I'm just talking to guys I know,
So you're not like Glenn Keely cult members?
Oh man, I don't know where'd that come from though. Like, where'd you get the idea of Glenn Keely cult members?
My listeners told me I must come here.
Who?
My listeners directed me here. That's how I found you.
Oh, okay.
They're really highly disappointed.
Well, what you could do, since you're the man with the heavyweight belt, you could ring him up yourself, and tell him you can file your complaints that way and see where you get. Because I don't really care if you want to do that or not. But
what's the complaint?
We're just trying to hang out and talk.
We're talking about ourselves. What is their complaint about him?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
That's what I'd like to know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I like the homestead idea, but I heard something about Glenn Keely, and all I can tell you is
An idea?
I
You're
need
complaining about an
that
idea?
documentation.
You need to what?
Yeah, I need that documentation on all that bullshit Keely's talking about.
The documentation.
Well, you could go look for it yourself, because I don't know how you
I
get
know.
it, you know?
Where do I start? On his website?
Yeah, man, I don't know. He's got newspapers and a website, and he's got a phone number that's public that you can call and ask him yourself. I mean,
well,
I don't know why you're
the thing is, I don't want to be like
chasing
an
other
old man.
people around you're chasing other people around the internet, asking them to transmit questions to someone who you're not even sure that they talk to on the phone, you know? Like, that's, give me a break. How am I going to talk to him, man? I'm on the other side of the world, you know? Like,
Are you a follower? Are you one of his cult members or no? Yes or no?
Oh man, what kind of question is that, man?
Call
yeah,
member?
I don't know.
Yeah, call?
Do you think that Glenn Keely got anything worth talking about? How about that one?
I can't hear you.
Do you think that Glenn Keely has anything to talk about that's important?
Well, what does that matter to you? What I think? I never met you before, and you call up telling me you're the man with the heavyweight belt. I really don't care about shit like that, man. So you can go and back to your hole where you're king and you're wearing the heavyweight belt for all I care. So I mean, we're just trying to have we're talking about things we see and things we research and things we think are occurring right now on the planet, you know?
Yeah, you're in your own little world, right? Yeah, I understand. You're in your own little world, right?
All right, man, I gotta go. I don't got time for this kind of shit, you know?
Yeah, man.
You can take your belt and, be a champion in your own little circus there or whatever.
I just came by to take your belt, too. You got one?
Yeah, he's iconoclast, man. That's what they do. All right, good night, guys.
So isn't the name. Take care, man. See you.
All right, y'all.
That's what they do.